Hello everyone, and welcome back to Ludo History. I am Adam, as always, and I am alone today. But that's okay, we're going into more Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and this time we're gonna do the Snotinghamscire arc. Which is, in other words, just, Nottingham. It's just Nottingham, except that it takes like half of Northumbria. For some reason. Not really sure why. We might also try and take a look at the Ostara seasonal festival. I think they fixed the crashes in that. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah, Johnny, you're absolutely right. It has a lot of just stuff. Let's take a look at that map, our lovely map, and see how big Nottingham is. So, actual Nottinghamshire is basically like this island, right? The historical Nottingham, or the real-life Nottinghamshire, is like that much. It also includes all of this. Are we going to do anything in all of this? No. We're gonna go like here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and then here. It's fine. Yep, so, yeah. Basically what it seems like they did is they went, well, we can't have Yorkshire be literally everything. But we also don't have any interesting stories to tell up here. So we'll just make Nottinghamshire take up all the rest of it, so that we have a north. Oh boy, AC, what a time that was, wasn't it? Speaking of which, you pointed out something very right that I should share. Don't need that one. Actually, I've already got it. St. George's Holy Sword. Perfect. I don't have the helm. That's the only piece I am missing right now, I think. Where is it? St. George's Bracers. Thank you. St. George's Boots. And St. George's Stupid Shield. So, this shield. There are dents that are said to be from the dragon's bite, but might also be from arrows. So, right, this claims it is the shield that St. George used to do a dragon killing. Now, let's just set aside all of the problems of, they, don't register this, or that St. George lived 600 years before this, and this type of shield didn't exist. Also didn't live in England, and so the fact we found it along the, X is a big old question mark. This also cannot possibly be St. George's shield. There's 4 reasons why. Number 1. This cross is the wrong shape. So, in the medieval heraldic tradition, and thank you AC for pointing this out, the St. George's cross is a square cross in red with no edge decorations on a white field. I'm going to use English words for them instead of the French, so instead of or argent, I'm going to just call it gold and silver. So, technically it's a silver field, because white isn't actually a heraldic color. So, this is not square. This is in fact a Latin cross. As you can see, the bottom limb is longer than the other 3. So this is the Latin cross, not the ordinary cross. If you wanted to put that on a tower shield, you can, but you just need to move the cross down so it's as close to square as you can get, so that top and bottom are the same, and left and right are the same. Number 2. You can see it has these flared limbs, these flared forked limbs. This makes this a cross foreshie, not a ordinary cross. The Cross of St. George must be ordinary. Number 3. This field is the wrong color. Black is not a valid color for the field for the Cross of St. George. The field matters. AC Valhalla has no idea that the field matters. They do the same thing with the assigned heraldry of Edward the Confessor, where firstly they screw it up, and secondly they put it on a red field instead of a blue field. No, it's black. It's just a shiny black. It turns white when upgraded to Mythic, seriously? I'm glad that they waited until the highest level to fix one problem with this shield. But they try and get around this. Actually, it looks like AC, they actually do understand what Fimbriation is, at least at this level, because they do outline the red with silver so that it doesn't actually break Tincture. So they may actually understand what Fimbriation is at this level of the shield. We'll see if that preserves the rest of the time. Wait. Oh no, I'm gonna have to buy some nickel to upgrade this shield, aren't I? Fine. Let us do this. I hope I have enough tungsten. I don't know that I have enough tungsten, but I think I have enough tungsten.
I would like to see what you have in stock.
I'm practically giving it away.
Spend money, and we'll sell all trinkets.
Anything you find, bring it to me.
And let's just buy more of this, since we've got the cash for it. We've got plenty of cash and nothing to spend it on. Alright.
Always a pleasure, Eivor.
Thank you. Let's head over, since Gunnar is back. Gunnar is back in his usual spot, on his usual nonsense. So let's see this.
Back where he belongs.
What have you got for me today?
Is that what you want?
Oh good, I do have plenty of tungsten. Good. St. George's shield. That changed nothing. Incredible. And oh, that's way worse. Oh no. Oh good lord.
Ready for battle.
I'll see you later.
May they sing of your...
Wait. That's... Hang on. They didn't. Oh, that's way worse. 1. That shape is the worst shape. Right, that is a purely decorative shield that accomplishes nothing. 2. This engraving on the cross just looks bad. It's just bad, right? This interlace pattern isn't enameled. It doesn't do anything interesting. It's not even the same color as the field, so it's just this dull-looking, sickly copper. And they pretend that looks better. These random bits that accomplish nothing and just make the shield heavier. Congratulations. And giant dragon wings. Exactly, I see, right? It's not that the idea of kind of using engravings or inlays on an otherwise standard design is bad, but I would really have liked to see this in either silver or gold, not copper, And then I would really like to see enameled bits of color in the interlace, rather than it being just existing. Anyway, the sword. We'll move on from the bad shield to talk about the, at this level, fine sword, right? This is a 15th century longsword. That's just, like, it's fine. This exact pommel is found on swords from the 13th through the 15th century, so that's fine. In England. Woo! It worked. Thank you, Duckle, so much for the Prime subscription. And the overlay has started working. Oh, by the way, in the same vein, last week, Gazishan, like 4 hours into the stream, right before Eleanor got off, Gazishan donated $150, and I completely forgot to, like, didn't even notice it happened, and totally forgot to mention it. So, thank you so much, the Gazishan historian, for that donation. It means more than I can say. But yes. Legend says that the sword's blade and hilt come from the lance that St. George used to slay the dragon. Lol, no. Just... lol. This is a perfectly fine... I mean, you can make an argument for either being a longsword or a greatsword. Whatever. Don't do that. Right? It's just... it's long as hell. Pretty much every depiction of St. George's lance, which it is, should be a lance, you know, we're looking at a head that's about, you know, that long. Where did all of this metal come from? They have spears in this game. They could have just made it a spear. They sure could have. And so that's a thing. I'm sure when we upgrade this, it'll get way worse. Because it always gets way worse. St. George's armor. Worn by George of Lydda while he smote the dragon. Huh. No legend says, no obfuscation, no hinting that this might not be real. Just straight up, this is the armor that he wore. Which, On the one hand, I actually don't... I mean, apart from it being, you know, a perfect reskin of the... where is it? The Thane's Heavy Tunic, right? It is just a reskin of this. At the same time, I don't despise it. It's fine, right? It's not... nothing of this is actually St. Georgie in any meaningful sense. But it's a fine, high medieval kind of surcoat type thing. It's not actually a surcoat. The sleeves make it not a surcoat. It would need to be sleeveless for that. But, meh. Meh. Exactly, right? It's a little bit Templary, a little bit Assassin-y. Overall just looks mediocre. We take mediocre relative to everything else. But those sure are bracers. Those are just punchy bracers. I have noticed things get worse the more we upgrade them. Interesting. Quilted pants. The quilting here would be fine for, you know, the time when St. George's cult actually emerges in the 14th century. But it's not a 9th century thing. And it certainly isn't a 3rd century thing. What's last? The cape? The cape. The cape is in badly need of a trim. But, there's something up on this. I'm sure it'll get worse as we upgrade it more, though. As with most of these things, they'll get worse as we upgrade them more. Like the Thane's Heavy Tunic. You can see it in here, where it's got this, like, late medieval breastplate, and all sorts of nonsense. if you downgrade it, then it looks actually quite fine. It doesn't look terrible. Why they didn't just make it not look terrible the entire way through, I don't know, but here we are. Anyway, reminder, as we're going through this, you can change my weapons and equipment at any time by spending some channel points in order to create the most nonsense. But for the moment, we're going to start with Holy Sword, Dane Lagartha's Axe, and... oh, we might stick with these. Let's go for the Hidden One's gloves, because those are just better. And the Brigandine cloak is still the best cloak in the game, so here we go. Oh yeah, Math, you missed it. This axe, by the way, is an actual historical design from an actual historical culture from the 8th century BC in Persia that used bronze. Wait, Maraxa, what? What makes this... oh, okay. The description of the bracers almost makes me wonder if there was a plan for George to feature more prominently, and then it didn't happen. Potentially, but I would be worried if that did happen, because it would be bad.
So much more I wish to learn.
Are you sure about that, Hytham?
Lodvik is now free of the Order's influence.
Brilliant as ever, my friend. Thank you for all you have done. Ah, here is something for you. An odd letter arrived a few days ago, signed by one calling himself
A poor fellow soldier of Christ.
That's right.
Gee,
Someone you know.
I want...
Not by sight, but this soldier has intimate knowledge of the Order. He's the reason I have found them so easily in the city.
yes, quite.
The letter says you must travel to Winchester, visit God's house and look for a man in white. Then recite this passage. When pride cometh, then cometh shame. But with the lowly cometh wisdom.
All right. I'll speak with Randvi, get a fuller picture of all this.
Do you need something?
I don't have all the codex pages yet? Wait, what codex page? Oh, I'm missing the Winchester one. Got it.
I have to go.
Then go in peace.
Understood. We will deal with the Winchester one next week? Next week. And last up before we start rolling, what's our pain? Hello, pain shop.
What do you have today?
Pain shop says, Gothic figurehead. No, thank you. Gothic tattoo. No, thank you. Dwarven axe. And Hell's Damnation armor. Let's see what both of those look like.
I must be on my way.
Go with your go.
Store. Because that's a thing. Bearclaw, Leo Salver. Wait, this is it's a two-handed axe, right? This axe was commonly used to slain dark elves. Really? One, really? Two, really? Proofreaders. Professionally published video game. Two slain. So that's exciting. On the other hand, this looks like it's basically just, you know, Lord of the Rings dwarves. Even though this is said to be part of the Einherjar pack. And so, right, this is actually vaguely based on an actual, and I use this in the loosest sense possible, an actual design of axes that we have found in the archaeological record. The axe Moonlight is the actual example of what this looks like. This hollowed out cross axe is attested. though not the rest of the handle there. Just hollowing it out like this doesn't seem to be nearly as common. Uh-huh. So this is confusing. I'll be honest. This is just confusing. I don't know what to make of that. But my instinct here is that we're actually looking at something more inspired by like Gimli's axe from the Lord of the Rings movies, more than anything else. On the other hand, commonly used to slaying dark elves is leaning into, our dwarf elf dichotomy, again a borrowing from Tolkien, though some scholars of Norse religion have argued that perhaps we should think of the Svartalvar and the Dvergar as being the same thing. The Svartalvar are mentioned in Snorri's Prose Edda, and basically nowhere else, while the Dvergar are mentioned in a few places. Snorri seems to make a distinction between them, but whether that's actually a meaningful distinction in the Viking Age is uncertain. Yes, Deckles, the test worked. I don't know what you're testing, but whatever it was, it worked. Anyway, what is it? Hell's Damnation? Oh boy, right, it's this set. Question marks. So, remember, Hell is inside of Niflheim. Hell is cold, and they emphasize that this is cold in like 17 different ways. In the text, like in the game, they talk about like the cold emptiness of Niflheim. And then it does that. This is the armor we could get. That's pretty painful, not gonna lie. That's pretty pain. Is this like, are we doing a God of War reference here with these chains on the gauntlets? Or are we just trying to make it so we can't walk? Is this a Diablo reference on the belt? Or are we just referencing the, like, classic demonic imagery for fun? Is the giant cross in the center of the chest piece a joke? It is. It's definitely more of a Hellboy than a Loki one. The Loki one is in this game. It is not. Where is it? It's one of these packs, I think, has one. Oh, right. The Berserker pack also exists. No, maybe not. Maybe this is the best Loki reference one as well. Yep, maybe it is. Anyway, it's bad. They did do Mordor twice. Well then. Chat, you gotta decide. Are we buying either of those? The options are the Dwarven Axe or Hell's Damnation armor set. I believe we also have something to turn in here. Legendary animals. Okay, we have made some progress. We need to clean up both of these. Take out the blood swine. We'll do those in the cleanup stream. And then we've got 2 more animals out in the world to find. One of which is in Hamptonshire, and the other one must be here in Snotinghamscire. I've got one vote for the armor and a bunch of votes against the armor. Oh, paint shop unicorn. Is that in one of the naval packs? That might be the naval. Oh yeah, unicorn. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. The design of this longship is a tribute to an old Dane saga telling the story of a fearless feline warrior who defeated an army of dark elves on his own. Nobody knows why the master craftsman adding a smiling sun, riding a rainbow, and a horse with a protruding tusk growing on the... Oh, they knew what a freaking unicorn was! God damn it, video game. It's like a two-layer deep cut. It's like Nyan Cat and My Little Pony at the same time. Well, I'm proud of it. I'm not proud of it, but I'm proud of it. It's a meme. It sure is a meme. Also, that cat looks awfully like Ketchi from Final Fantasy VII. Doesn't it? Yeah, it is. This one is 110% meme. And that's okay. Sometimes the memes can be dreams. Hey! Hey, but wait, they actually use, like... Both the Valkyrie ship pack here and the Berserker ship pack here actually used runic inscriptions that have been interpreted as Berserkir and Valkyrier, respectively. They actually, like, did the thing. Wow. Someone on this team did research? Feels dubious. It's really hard to get this boat stuck. Also, I can't afford it, and I'm not spending more real money on this damn game. Anyway, so we could go to Winchester, or we could go to Snotinghamscire.
I have received a unique summons from Snotinghamshire in the north. From your old friend, Billy.
Billy, a name I have not heard in 10 winters or more. How is he?
Well, it seems. Billy asked that you join him in feast and celebration in honor of his father, Hemminger Jarl.
A welcome invitation. It'll be good to see him again.
It is worth recalling that his father, Hemminger Jarl, would be a formidable ally. Will you go?
Yes, we will in fact go to Nottingham. Oh yeah, that story is totally made up. I know of no references to which that should be. I also don't have an obvious... I don't have an obvious identification of which meme it is actually referencing, but I know that that is not a real story. Anyway, before we go out there, what do you think? Should we take a look? Instead of going all the way up here, first, should we take a look at... Oh good, we can actually take out this guy on the way. That would be awesome. Should we take a look at the Ostara Festival, though? Tungsten Train, I'm not sure what... Oh, on Ranvi's cloak? Those are basically a gold... It's basically just a necklace. It's actually an attested style, in Norse female dress to have, not so much chains, but certainly gold and glass and amber beads, on necklaces, for high status female dress. So, it's kind of referencing a real thing, but kind of exaggerates it as most things in this game do. Anyway, happy May Day, everyone. And this is very much May Day, far more than Easter. Right, the cross here is a good touch, but right, that's a maple. That one right there is just a maple. Also, wait, why? Why do they have one singular sad-looking turf house when they've put in a distinct effort to make sure that we don't have any turf houses in our Norse settlement, where turf houses are totally a thing? Where was it? There it is. I just ran past it. Right, they put in so much effort to make sure that none of our houses in Jorvik or here in Ravensthorpe or anything else have a turf roof. Right, the only place that had that was Gloucestershire, because apparently the Welsh in Gloucestershire in the 9th century all had turf roofs, which, you know, actually maybe, but not unique to them. And then they just randomly have one here. Wild.
You mentioned something about an egg hunt.
I did indeed. But it will be much more than a simple search for eggs. This will require a sound mind and a keen eye.
This seems like an activity for children.
It is. That's why I made it extra challenging. I had Ovis write the clues as riddles and made sure to hide the eggs in different defined areas. Here is your first clue to start the hunt.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, what do you think? Is it the fact that there's a giant shiny? Ta-da! We get egg. This is just an Easter egg hunt. There is no rhyme, reason, or sense to it. But are any of these going to be actually at all interesting? No. No. Probably no. Maybe. Definitely no and no. But the big thing I want to check is what pain did they put in the store? And where is the store to make pain? Actually, serious question, where's the store? Are you the store?
I'm told you need my help.
Eivor, yes. I've spent
Yes,
so
you
much
are
time
still the...
filling my shop with new Ostara items that I haven't had time to finish decorating the settlement.
You want me to decorate?
Of course. A new banner here, a pile of bones there.
Wait, no.
You can even change the big tree if you'd like.
Not a...
I worry
Just a...
that my taste may not be the same as everyone else's.
Enough. You'll do fine. Oh, don't forget to
Don't-
play some of the games. You'll want to collect
No.
as many festival tokens as possible.
Why?
I've got some really good items for you. Here, have some tokens on me.
Thank you, Novus. I'll do my best to decorate
Why?
the settlement.
What is this?
But if it's a
What is happening?
disaster, I'll be blaming you.
Raptorus, as far as I know, Easter egg hunts emerged in like the 19th century, and that's about it. Amazing. So we have flower hair. We've got some really painful looking tattoos. Those will be fun. Tree warriors. Question mark. A lot of modern stuff here. You know, 19th century revivalist fairy traps. A maypole, which is older. This is all the way back to the Middle Ages of something like this. These ones are interesting though because they kind of suggest something that is real. Also, a raven with all the colors of the...
I'm off. Be well, friend.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, definitely... You know, it definitely could be localized earlier, and probably enters the US tradition through Lutheranism, so, you know, that makes sense that it could be as early as, you know, the start of Lutheranism, and maybe even a little bit older. But at the same time, we've got a, how to phrase this? The Raven worries me a lot because Disney references. All the colors of the wind is such a specific thing. Just to make them stop saying things. But, you know, it's clearly a reference to Pocahontas, which is, let's just go with problematic. With a side dose of problematic as hell. Oh, this is a decoration. Okay. Indeed, my only options are... all the Yule stuff. We'll just put up all the Yule stuff and it'll be fine. So, yeah, that is not a good look. And hey, look, it's the same dumb quest as they did before. But, where is Ulvis? I want to do that quest. Because protection from spirits sounds way more fun than anything else we're doing. Right, anything else we're doing. Yeah, it's definitely possible to be a thing to the Lenape Rainbow Crow. Super not Viking, point one. And, just as supremely not associated with spring or May festivals at all. So, I don't know why they're doing that. There's something weird going on there. I must wait until nightfall. Jesus, fine. We have the power. So, let's see if they can manage to thoughtfully engage with literally anything.
Ah, good. You're here.
Where is Olvis?
Yes, well, you see, Olvis and I got into a little argument.
Uh-oh.
I made
Not
a
again.
disparaging remarks about his paranoid fears.
I don't imagine he took that well.
No, he did not. He told me that if I was so sure that his fears were baseless, then I should perform the ritual in his stead.
Have you
Really?
done anything like this?
Goodness, no. But he left a list. Anyway, how hard...
Oh yes, because everyone's literate. I forgot.
It says to start by lighting fires round the settlement to create a protective barrier against spirits.
Also bonus megalith, yes.
Utter nonsense and a waste of time.
Perhaps, but I would feel better honoring Alvis's wishes.
Of course, of course. Go light the fires and then return to me.
Seriously, okay.
Steps on this
What is the point of having us do the... Why are we trying to do the ritual because you insulted the person in charge of doing the ritual?
This looks to be the spot.
Also,
This should burn brightly.
you know, while there is inevitably and somewhat reasonably recognizing that there's a diversity of... Oh wow, that's way the hell over there. Where else is there one? There's one one way up there and one down there. Okay. Ugh, there are 8 of them? This is gonna take so long. Oh well. So yeah, Cuchulainn, they are in fact more literate than... Right, there is more literate than commonly thought, and then there is widespread. Right, more literate than commonly thought really should be looking more in terms of 10 to 15% if we're being generous literacy, and not ultra widespread. Right, it's not a majority thing. But, at least it exists.
I should be close now.
Indeed. Where is Chloe? Oh, there's another bloody... We'll grab the damn egg since it's up here. Yeah, medieval is definitely lower than early modern. But... within particularly Norse culture, within Norse culture, there's no reason for literacy in any widespread sense in the 9th century. It just isn't. It doesn't really make any sense. Because it's not a dominantly writing culture, it's a dominantly oral culture. Writing doesn't get introduced into Scandinavia until the 10th, and in Iceland the 11th centuries.
There. The fire should last until morning.
So, right, lots of...
Go, my eyes.
Okay, just up on the cliff here. I see it. But, yeah, the idea of just writing a list on how to perform a ritual for a random guy to be able to do it?
May this fire protect us.
No thanks. Luckily, Eivor seems to at least be taking it seriously instead of also going, this is a dumb thing for dumb babies, and I am doing it to pacify someone rather than because I actually believe in this. Which is good. We'll see that again in a little bit, and it will still be good when that happens. Okay, where is the next? Right in the middle of the graveyard. That is a choice.
I think I found one of the fire pits. That's one fire pit down.
And do we have an idea of where the next one is?
Do you see?
There's one way out on the edge of town there, and there's one there. Interesting. They're really making us go all over the place for this one, aren't they? But... Oh, hello. You exist. I haven't built you a house. That's awkward. Oops. I'll build you...
Fire pit. There. The fire should last until morning.
I'll build you a fire pit eventually, I guess. Or a house eventually. Next one's way up on the top of town. So that's exciting. Ooh, yeah, AC, that's not... Oh, also, this dude, this isn't even heretical, right? This is just, even in a Christian context, this is totally fine and reasonable folk Christianity. There is nothing in this that would suggest it is heretical. You really see a very similar thing all over Central Europe in what's in German called Walpurgisnacht, which is actually coming up in, like, Wednesday? Wednesday is Walpurgisnacht. So, right, we are very much looking at very soon.
Close your eyes, my friend.
There's number 6. Where's number... Oh, there's number 7. Where's number 8? Right, so we are looking extremely soon for this tradition that is probably... At risk of over-assigning syncretism, probably at least partially syncretic, but gets assigned to Saint Walpurga, as part of the festival is lighting these big giant fires as a folk tradition to help stave off witches and evil spirits.
May this fire protect us.
And where's number 8? Up there.
Show me what
Perfect.
lies ahead.
So, right, that is... absolutely reasonable to be associating with... There it is. Awesome. This sort of folk tradition around spring and fertility festivals that are in some ways very old and in some ways totally compatible with Christianity. It's just not something that I would expect too much of anyone to be objecting to in this time period. And we don't need a rationalist skeptic in the Middle Ages. Our written sources don't really have a lot of that. What we have is people criticizing these for throughout the ages, including Alcuin does it, Abelard does it, and into the 15th century, if we fast forward, to the 15th century, we get some of our inquisitors doubting it, but because they think it's actually heresy and it's satanic worship, or
The fires have been lit around Raven's Forge.
trying to deal with demons, rather than it's not something with power. Right? Because
Warriors are so worried about your spirits. Like today's any different than any other day.
Be careful, Arcade. That kind of thinking can leave you defenseless in the face of the unknown.
Perhaps, or perhaps it leaves me more time to work on my craft and not spend so much time worrying.
What does Alvis ask for this next step?
We're to draw out any spirits that have crossed into our world and would do us harm and destroy them.
And how will we...
ooh.
There will be a rune or ward that has let them into our world. I assume
Uh,
you see it.
Ward, yes. Rune, no.
How do we banish the spirits?
It doesn't say. Maybe we can talk to them? Otherwise, I found a punch to be a reliable deterrent.
Yeah, this'll be interesting. This'll go very weird, I'm sure. Boom. Ah, yes. Interesting. At least the antlers on this deer don't suck. Right? In a shocking turn of events, the antlers don't suck. Yep. Skulls, antlers, fog. Pagan out of 10. Sorry. I didn't let it all spawn in first. Human sacrifice rituals. Must be pagan. Stop with the damn human skills game. This is not a kneading pole. A kneading pole would have a flayed horse skin and a horse's skull on it, and then, the runes carved along it. There are no attestations of a kneading or curse pole using a deer skull and a human skull. 'Cause, dubious. That doesn't mean it couldn't have happened, but right, if that's what they're aiming for, they're contradicting all of our saga evidence for what that looks like. So, yay?
Okay.
Alvis says this ritual must be performed at night. We should wait until the sun has set.
Did I take so long that the sun just came up? God damn it. Meditation time! Anyway, let's try this again.
Here, Arcade.
Come, Eivor. Let's finish this foolish errand.
Wait, did my cloak... Wait. Sorry. Oh, right, I'm using the Thane set. For a moment I thought that my St. George's set had turned blue, and I was very confused. Hello?
Odin's beard!
Still think the spirits are foolish men.
Now is not the time for acknowledgement, Eivor.
Interesting maneuver game.
It is done.
I can barely believe it. We both saw that, didn't we?
Yes, Arcade. It would seem you owe Alvis an apology.
I do. But I would never give him the satisfaction. It's back to the brewery.
Seriously, okay? Do you have to be a jerk? So that was a whole ass thing. Technical term there. One whole ass thing. Ghost bears. Because of course our spirits are just bears. Of course they aren't actually something else. They're just bears that are made spooky. No truck. No other things, right there. On the one hand, huzzah that they actually have these spirits exist and be present within the world. I really like that. That's an important thing to do, and a thing that this game has hitherto really kind of sucked at. But the execution on that was questionable, because there's no appeasing the spirits, there's no engaging with them on their terms, there's no doing really much of anything with them. There is just punch them to death, and that will send them back to their world. Another thing I do like is the acknowledgement that the spirits are in another world. This is something that is attested in rituals. We'll do it at the end, Peter. If we have time at the end, we'll just do, we'll do May Queen. But I do want to actually get started on the main quest, because this theme is going to, since we started this theme, I want to keep it going, because it'll show up again during the main quest. But in Glowecestrescire and some archaeological material, there are references to spirits as basically existing in an other world. Glowecestrescire calls them Nauturer, that kind of exist in an almost like parallel dimension. And then there are like carved doorway stuff, and also Ibn Fadlan's funerary description references this. So, great. They're referencing something that is attested, not in the mythology, but in external evidence for Norse religious belief. So, we've got like two good things of the supernatural is real and exists and has power in our world. And there is the supernatural exists in another world, either as Alvar or as something else.
10. Okay, that could be 10.
Hey, no fourth wall.
Sorry, does it what?
Forget it.
No fourth wall here. Layla? I cannot check that right now, this dude, but I will check the tail end once I have finished the Animus Anomaly. Well, this will be interesting. That's got to aim up, I guess. How do I get up there if I can't aim up, though? That doesn't work. And I can just only rotate this. I can't actually get it up. Right, because when we land this here, that, like, solidifies something else. That solidifies this one. That doesn't help me. Oh, I can move that. That's what I can do. There we go. Problem solving. And that lets us climb this. I'll wait for the next cycle, I think, because I don't have time, I think. I probably did have time. But this does have a stop for some reason, at some point. Hello? Climb? Layla? We're good. Okay. I can't make that. How am I gonna make this one? 'Cause I can't actually do anything with that. This one is shorter. I see. We're good. Ah, damn it. And I still missed. Ah. Nope, that's not long enough. I'm feeding. Okay, and then we can move this one all the way back here. And that should, these two should be staggered enough to make that one perpetually solid. And we're good to go. So then we can put this here. Is this one eternal? This one might be eternal. But I actually then need to move this one back over. Because of course I do. To this one. Nope. Please, Eivor. Layla. Damn it, Layla. You're making me call you Eivor with how bad you're climbing. So I can send this one up here to do a thing. That's not enough time, but it should be okay. I think that's okay. Oh no, more time is never really gonna hurt me. Oh wow, that was close. Climbing, climbing, and climbing. Awesome. So let's see. Looks like we kind of need to go... We've got to get up farther, but I need more things to last more time. Oh boy, won't this be exciting. Got a thing there. Needs to be lit up. And a thing here that needs to be lit up. And then collectively we'll be able to do stuff. I will admit, we do need a fairly hefty suspension of disbelief on this one. But that's the Animus for you. So, metaplot, this is the origin of the Sages program. And the mother in question is the Greek goddess Juno. Does this make any sense? No. Does that seem to matter? That's not good.
You're getting good at these, Layla.
As I said.
These puzzles are child's play.
Wait. No, Layla, you're an archaeologist. Don't do this.
That's true. I never had to swim through any fluid dynamics equations to solve
How did you get hired for as an archaeology lead if you're an engineer? Excuse? Layla. Layla, how do you have this job? Why do you have this job?
I got the data. Here it comes.
Admittedly, the Suez... Oh, yes, they did it to get STEM funding. I see. Yeah, you know, I can't fault them for that. I'd probably do the same thing. So there is a world event here that we should probably at least take a look at. We can write fast. Yeah, Peter, I know the woman talking was Alethea. I was referring to who the mother was. I do actually know the lore of this game, shockingly, and I hate that I do, but I did actually, like, figure out the lore of this game. It's just a bad lore. It's just such a bad lore. Speaking of which, Darby McDevitt just yesterday retired from Ubisoft. The narrative director for this game is now no longer working for the company because he decided he wanted to go do other stuff. Oh right, this is a bad world event. Bye, guy. We haven't seen Bishop Finner for a while. We should fix that at some point. When will we do that? We'll do that in the wrap-up episode, which is either, what is that, April 10th or 17th, depending? It'll depend on when people are available as to whether our grand wrap-up of all missing, or of all interesting missing world events, and examination of the landscapes of all the places, and sailing around trying to find all the stories, and just wrapping up our thoughts about the game, is either going to be in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. The other one will be Jotunheim, so, depends on how much pain we want. Oh yes, clearly. Because he's going to talk to a random account who has, like, nothing. Literally negative clout. We are so close to the end of this nonsense. We are, like, within sight of the end. That was unfair timing. That was extremely unfair timing. We are sadly... I need to do the other world event first. So I need to do the other one here first. Why is there a dead chicken? Why is there a dead chicken on a pole here? Here we go. 150... Anyway. So... right over here, we have a guy. Hello, guy. Who are you?
Easy, friend. You will be avenged.
What happened here?
An attack gone awry. We found more of Constantine's Picts than expected. The rich have their numbers, both in coin and speed.
So wait, so the Picts...
were not ready, and we were overwhelmed. But I'm afraid it's not over. They know I still live.
Hark! Pict reinforcements! To battle! The spirit of my men are with me, and my spirit with theirs!
Well, that was fast.
Even yours! For they squander the nobility they've been birthed to!
As...
Even yours! For they squander the nobility they've been birthed to!
Is that a line? Is that a line that he said? Is that a line that you said, sir?
What a fight! The Pict King Constantine will feel a little lighter in the purse
Will
tomorrow.
he?
Thank you for your aid.
Call me Eivor.
The name's Reacher. Reacher Sherwin.
Is that so?
Band of merry rogues and knaves. The poor get richer and the rich get poorer, thanks to us. We've a hideout in the woods. Drop by sometime. Share an ale, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, until we meet again.
So,
A hideout in the woods. Sounds interesting.
everyone say hello to Robin Hood. You, sir, are in the wrong century, fighting the wrong people for the wrong reasons. Twice over. Yeah, let's go do the Otherworld event, the one that's like 100 meters this way. But, right, this game just contradicted its own messaging really hard. Right? In the medieval world is a display economy, and indeed, really, the modern world is also a display economy. If you have wealth, you showcase that you have wealth by buying expensive things. Those Picts couldn't even afford clothes, because this game wants barbarian imagery for the Picts. So they are like the obviously not richest, obviously not rich.
Save us all if we ever have to rely on you lot to defend us with bows. Remember, faint aim never won fair battle. Again.
Hey, he's back. How was...
Not good. Our friends will be remembered. But now I need to plan for our next target. You lot can get back to training. Welcome, friend, to our neck of the woods. You are free to join us anytime.
Uh-huh.
You knocked your arrow into the bowstring. Pull it back, aim and fire. Try again. Unbelievable. Which one of you did that?
I did.
What marvelous aim.
Uh-huh.
For a moment, I thought
Thank
my
you.
training was getting into these
Thank you,
foolish
unnamed
scrolls.
female. Thank you, unnamed female soldier.
See if you can hit one of the targets above.
What, these ones?
That was sound aim. Amazing.
That was a fluke. I bet it was.
Yeah. I bet you can't hit that,
Tuck and Little John.
right over there. The one hanging from the pole.
Oh, right, that's why there's a chicken up here. For me to... Did I whiff it? Damn it. A little bit higher. Nope, that's too high. A little bit lower. Too low. Really? Excuse me? How did none of this work?
Don't hit that hanging chicken from here. No
You will...
cheating.
You will...
To hit that chicken would require some kind of special technique.
Whoa, that's mad.
Extraordinary.
Special technique, you say? I just needed to start the event.
On the mark. Well, friend, you can count on us to lend a hand against King Constantine and his well-paid...
Uh-huh.
And thank you for showing these turnips some skilled marksmanship.
Sure.
As for the rest of you, keep practicing!
You are all can't outrun me.
Hey, they actually hit their targets. So, yeah, so for some reason, Friar Tuck, Little John. The monk here is not Friar Tuck. This guy is Friar Tuck. Where could he afford this helmet, by the way? This is a good helmet. Right? This is moderately high status. His whole gear is moderately high status, actually. Hang on. There's gold banding there. It's a bit worn, but it's there. With a horsehair plume. That's good. That's good for this period. Got these little bits of, like, engraved silver around his shoulder armor, which is also good. Fur-lined, high-quality leather. Good. This guy's not poor. So, yeah. The Constantine they mentioned, by the way, is Constantine the First of Scotland, according to the Regna list. The Pictish sources just call him Constantine. He's just a king of the Picts. He dies in 877. And pretty much is the end. Like, the Vikings pretty much end the Picts around this time. So. Yoink. More goods, more silver to grow. I've got plenty. I have plenty. Also, they can't possibly have, you know, Snotinghamscire is ruled by our friend Hemminger Jarl. They can't possibly have him be a bad guy who accumulates wealth while people suffer, and so they are actually offloading Robin Hood's anti-noble sentiment of the late Middle Ages onto the Picts, because they can't commit to Robin Hood's messaging within the place that they have set up. Cajon, that sounds right. I'm not super familiar with Scottish history, but Kenneth MacAlpin sounds right. Ah yes, Sherwood Hideout. Is full of bad guys. And Macbeth. Chock full of Macbeths. Easy. Also easy. Damn it. Ugh. I got the stun off at least, so I didn't alert anyone. That's the Macbeth, isn't it? I'll have to actually, like, put in effort on him. Ah, damn it, he saw me. Fine. We'll fight him up here. And by up here, I mean down there, because... Get wrecked. Ah, what? You got up? Don't get up. You're not welcome to get up. I did not say you could get up. Oh, well, everyone saw me. That's awkward. That's fine. Let's do it. Oh god, I've just got shanked a lot of times. That's awkward. That was really awkward. Ow. Okay, where's the last guy? The murderer right there. Damn it. Also, yes, the Pictish name. These guys are the murderers. Ow. Could you not? Could you not be running away, though? Thank you. For not continuing to run away. What do we get for all of this effort? Another mask. There is still a pandemic going on. I appreciate these guys' commitment to protection. Though, usually we recommend wearing the mask, not putting it in the chest. Yes, quite. Problem solving. Well then, wasn't that fun. So that was the extent of Robin Hood, thank God. We gave him some cash. And we saw some really problematic just, like, existence. Yeah, armor in question has nothing to do with the actual settlement in which we found it, because that would take, like, thought and care and effort being put into your, like, world design, instead of designing your world and then populating it with just stuff. Right? This is probably the case where the people designing the places and the people designing the gear are not the same group of people. Because games today are so large that one person cannot be in charge of the whole thing. And as a consequence, you end up with, you know, we've got a limited set of gear.
Saxon and Dane live in peace.
And
I expected nothing less from land.
with that limited set of gear, they just need to put it in spots. And do those spots have anything to do with where the spots actually make sense? No. Does that seem to matter? No. Anyway, the town of Nottingham
It'll be good to see Villy again.
is built, for the most part, into a mountain. Why is it built into a mountain? Does it make sense for it to be built into a mountain? I don't think so. Right, this is an incredibly impressive piece of engineering. Incredibly, absurdly impressive.
Information. I have it. Do you need it?
Yeah.
Well worth a little silver, I assure you.
No.
No, thank you.
Perhaps later.
Also, what is your accent, sir? I could earn some cash there. Don't need cash, though. His accent was very Russian, wasn't it? Oh yeah, ventilation? What ventilation? Also, heraldry for you. AC. That's a... As far as just raw design, I don't hate the heraldry. It's not in the tested heraldry, though, because... Duh. Yeah, Johnny, that's neat. That makes a lot of sense. It's just, they may have gone a little hard on the whole caves thing. I've never been to Nottingham. I've heard it's lovely. But I've never been, so I won't speak too much about the design of this. Just that, our logistics need some help here. Namely, smoke. What is smoke?
Do I trust my own eyes? Is that true?
Hello, Trygve.
Trygve, you old hound. How are you?
Eivor, a friend of old is a good omen.
Look at this. Your chin grass might be mistaken for hedges now.
Ah, but a healthy Jarl beard it is not.
Is that so?
And what of Villy? I was happy to get his message.
I stand in Villy's place today. He and his father have gone to Ulkathor to stave off an invasion of Picts. We've laid a long siege, and Hemminger Jarl looks to finish the job.
Indeed. Because the Picts... Remember, in this same year... We're gonna need to pull up the map again. Because in this same year, we just went to, Halfdanayar, and there was a brand new invasion of Picts. Right, that had been going on for a little while, but, like, was like the big, huge army of all of them that were in communication with Orisia, were doing all this stuff, and we drove them back over the wall. And they're back. Yeah, Strathclyde just don't exist in this game. Would it make way more sense for these to be the, Albi or Scotty that were actually in Strathclyde at this time? Oh, hell yes. Does this game care? No.
I would have come with warriors at my back if I knew Villy was at war.
In spite of these war cries, you should know that Villy's father is more frail than last you saw him.
It's been 10
How
years.
could that be? Hemminger Jarl is an
Eivor! Time!
He is, and he'll be pleased the skull with the moon in
Hey, mythological references.
Come. The swiftest path is by river, but these waters are hostile to Norsemen. You bring good luck with you. We could guide the sail steeds downstream.
I'm ready for whatever danger awaits. Prepare your convoy. We'll be off.
Our Jarl has waited long enough. We follow the Wolf-Kist to the encampment.
Gazishan, we do have some complete armor sets. Let's see what we can do for you. Also, you weren't on when I thanked you, but I totally missed what you did last week, so thank you. We might even have the entire... No, we don't quite have the entire... Well, we got the Hidden One's robes. We've got Hidden One's mask. We've got gloves. Do we have the boots? Hidden One's boots. And do we have the cloak? We do. Gloves and boots. Hidden One said 5 out of 5. What we don't have is the knife that they would have used, that we get. But we got a whole matching set. We got all the Hidden One stuff. Har har. I know, it's bright green. How does this disguise anyone? The world may never know. But we are bright green. About that.
Fast filling the due of slaughter. And reputation is the price of victory.
Indeed.
Right, this armor's got some drip to it. But like, it's very green. We're in Snowville. There is absolutely a distinct lack of many things in this game.
Ready the sea beasts. Eivor Wolf-Kist is
Hey,
here to escort
an actual kenning. Wow. My standards have sunk so dang low that I am now impressed by them using an actual kenning in casual conversation.
I remember when Villy and I were small children. You spun many epic yarns for us over the hearth fire. But I do not remember you telling us how you came to serve Hemingway Jarl. Is it a tale worth telling?
It is, but a sad one.
Uh-huh.
I suppose I was the age you are now. Skadi
A boat
had
and a
sent us
boat.
harsh winter, and much of our clan was starving. To feed us, my family incurred a large work debt.
Uh-huh.
But my youth rendered me too proud to pay it off. I wanted to raid, not toil. For my failure, Hemingway Jarl could have taken what he wanted from my family, including our lives. But his heart...
Picks ashore! Protect the convoy!
Oh, well, that didn't do anything. Kaboom. Kaboom. Well, I just whiffed. Oh, that's awkward. Is that all? No, there's one more. Oh, there's more on this side. Let's go. Whee! Target practice. Is that gonna blow them up? Hey, it does. Nice. There's our headshot. Okay, Monsieur Boat. While I'm aware that I can take on... Wait, what? Why did you lock on that side? That's very awkward.
These supplies bring fire to the Ulkathorpe siege.
That's all of them. But stay on guard.
What do you... what do you mean be careful? I literally body blocked. Ah.
Ready. Fire! Fire!
Well, that was a whiff.
Picks on the rich. Guard the convoy. Fire! 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 Ready, bow! Fire! Fire!
And, whoa.
Ready, bow!
Other way, please don't be bad.
Fire!
Hello?
Fire! Fire!
And where's the next set? Come on. I want to keep shooting them.
We can continue later.
Continue what later?
The convoy remains wolf-kissed.
Or, back us around.
The convoy is
play
unscathed.
fair.
Hemingayar will be pleased.
Fire! Fire!
Wait, what? Who?
Fire!
There we go.
Fire!
Well then. It does sound like, yeah, it does sound like the boat is on fire. Also, you know, not the right word to be using in this time period. Because turns out, fire implies firearms. Loose, shoot. Words that are attested. In this context. Fire? Not so much, as it turns out. Shoot is the big one that's used. Also, I am technically low on health, but I actually don't care.
Make for the dock. Hold on.
Exactly.
I have orders to go to Stoneberg, but our camp is just ahead, so hurry on with
Uh-huh.
Willy and Hemingayar
Sto-
will be pleased to see you.
Stoneberg. Not Stoneberg. Not actually attested things.
We have our lives and our strength. That alone will be enough
What?
for Heminger.
Leave me to sort through the wreckage.
What?
Ulkathorpe is up that way.
Hang on. Wait. What? I didn't lose any boats, though. Tryggvi. Eivor. I didn't lose any boats. What are you talking about? Hey there. I know perfectly well that I lost no boats, and yet here we are. Indeed, we shall yeet our arrows at the enemy's faces. And somehow have an infinite supply of them, which I appreciate, even though probably easier to have just gone ashore and mauled them regularly.
Eivor! Hail! We have not laid eyes on you for some 10 winters now.
Indeed.
Hail, friend.
It's been a hot second. Hey, everyone say hello to Heminger.
The Picts cower. Muster the men for battle.
Hello.
Leia's kiss. You came. Welcome.
Your son sent for me, Heminger Jarl. One of the happier messages I have had in England.
I wish I could expand on this happiness with good news. But we are in the center of a storm.
I like Heminger.
My
Vlad sings as well. It is good to see you again.
So, Gazishan, this guy is... No. Hang on. Hemminger, I just said I liked you. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. What a mix of spirits? No. No. Poet Warrior is the ideal standard. That is how you'd be good at, like, life.
This soon, before the weather changes.
The whole of my clan would be here if you called them.
No need. These men are flies for swat.
Anyway, he is apparently an old friend from Norway that we have known for 10 years.
It will all be ended by this time tomorrow.
Again, though, Stonebur. Another thing that this game just doesn't get, right? It does weird things to the geography. And it does weird things to the language. Stanaspur would be fine. Stanebur would be fine. Stoneborough would be fine.
Let's hope you fight better than you age, old friend.
You are not slurring, Willy. Have you mislaid your ale?
Today, you do not fight for me. Not for each other. Today, you fight for your children.
Indeed.
Fight so that
Stonbury would be fine.
So they may be good and just as you are. For them, today, we take back Ulkerthorpe.
Make them pay for our lost convoy. Make them pay for lost lives and lost friends. The first to signal from the top of that tower, their war chief's weapon in hand, drinks my mead for the month.
Is the voice actor Swedish?
It's good to see you, Willy.
Oh, is it? Or have you come to snatch glory from my calloused hands?
This voice actor sounds like he's Swedish. That's a very specific accent.
It has been too long, Willy Hemmingson.
Yet here you are, back with the old clan. That is what matters most.
For old times, then.
And new alike.
Fight, Hemminger sons. Bring victory today. For tomorrow.
Right. Hang on. I'm gonna look this up because this is important. Elliot Cohen. Okay, that tells me nothing, thank you. IMDb, please have a link. Cast. Oh, wait, seriously? That'll be a thing. Oh. Okay, so he's a Londoner. He's a Londoner doing a Swedish accent. I see. That explains everything.
I will have his head for Hemminger Jarl.
Ow. Hey, that like yeeted over by me. What the heck? Also, these swords are very on fire. Not here for it. Ow. Please don't. So we're actually like reverting our usual stand, right? For the most part, almost always. Ow. Our solution to... well, how any of this... Let me try that again. In like every other arc, the order of things ends with our assault of some kind. Ah yes, just what I wanted to fight. A rabid wolf. We know that they're domesticated, because they're rabid. Does that make any sense? No. Do I care? No. Ow. Could you not, though? I really need that slow time, thank you. Thank you for finally giving me slow time. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, thank you. Wolf 3, just kinda stood there and took it. I'm proud of him. St. George Shield and... Oh, Peter. I see you, I hear you. Are you sure you want me to play double shield? Oh, I can yeet weapons, yeah. I see, I've been yeeting weapons all this time. Actually, on that note, Cahalan, Ubisoft has confirmed that with the Ireland update, they are going to add one-handed swords into the game. Probably just in Ireland, but they're actually going to do it because they were like, wow, apparently you all like really freaking wanted one-handed swords. To which everyone went, duh? You say this like it is a surprising turn of events. What a chaotic... God, what is double shield? What is double heavy shield? How do you parry a double heavy shield? Oh, we just got the other time, slow time again. Literally unstoppable. Look at me go. Oh god, he just poisoned himself. That's awkward. Ay vey.
You're injured.
No, stop. I'm fine. There is more blood here than...
Is there, Hemming? That's a lot of... There's a lot of blood.
Pride cannot heal you, Hemminger. Only care and bandages.
My clan fought well, did they not? You saw it. The heart in these people. How they rallied behind...
I mean, they did like a little bit, I guess.
Have that effect on men. They trust you.
Mm-hmm.
I am running out of time to persuade them.
Yes.
And you accept it. Unlike my son, he thinks me immortal because he must. He does not.
Hey, he cleaned up the blood nicely. He cleaned up that blood real nicely. God, character model consistency, dude. I understand, like, this game is made by a lot of people, and character models can get swapped in and out. But also...
I need your wisdom before your discretion.
You have it, of course.
There will be a thing soon, in which the nobles must name a new Jarl. And I am torn.
Mm-hmm. How so? Do tell us the plot of this.
Follow in my steps, but he is reluctant. He follows his warrior's heart. Others
this feels...
a fine man with a mind for leadership, but his lineage is tattered.
Mm-hmm.
Tryggvi is wise and has a keen mind to lead.
So,
At the Althing, no one would doubt his succession if he was named.
this dude, since it is a Norse context, primarily, even though they used the English word thane, actually, no, they didn't. They used GN, so that's the Icelandic, so this is Norse. So using thing in this context would be correct. If it was Old English, then we would be looking at different set of terms.
Old friends made new.
If I see any Valkyries lurking nearby, I will send them away.
I can find them of a while longer.
Can you? Oh good, the blood's back. The blood only went away for a little while, so I think this is a character model thing, not a blood effect.
Billy waits for you below, A4.
Yes, I hear you that Vili is waiting for me, but also that sweet tungsten is waiting for me, and I'm not here to avoid it. Now where is that sweet tungsten? One more level down. Also, apparently through a different door, because reasons? Sir. How did you survive the assault? I shall have to try and find a different path down. One that better reflects my abilities and desires. And search for sweet loot. And yes, I did see that I got a weapon change. Oh god, ow. I see a holy sword. I am in animation, so suddenly I can't change. One sword. One shield. Wee, what a dive. Okay, now we're in the right part of town, I think. Maybe? Oh, goddammit, there's a block door, isn't there? Ugh. How dumb. Ow. Oh, that didn't kill him. Wild. That did. Was that the right part of outside? That feels like it's not the right part of outside. That's not right, that's not right. This is right. And I do have the key. Good. One tungsten ingot. One loot. One extremely fancy leather. And where's the Book of Knowledge? That's 11 meters down. Ow. Not quite what I had intended, but that's okay. Actually, where is it? Like, hang on. It's one level up. Did I just walk right... that door is still blocked. How did I not... I need to go from the outside somewhere, but I'm not sure where. I'm not sure kind of what to do. Unless if I am really, really blind? I've got a problem here of not being able to access a lower level from this room. And certainly not from this room. And not from the toilet. And not from that room. I want my book of knowledge. I fought hard for this. I did literally nothing. Give book of knowledge. Please. Don't do this to me, game. Huh. I don't even think you can call this one Romano-Norman. I think this one just... What? What? Hello? What the heck just happened? Hang on a minute. Video game? Video game? Okay, but seriously, if anyone has grand insight on how to get through that barred door, do let me know, because I do want that book of knowledge, and I'm getting rather, nonplussed at the arbitrary, like, barred door getting in my way. Right, because that's this room. Maybe? Because I thought that was just up here. And that this puts me on the wrong side of the barred door. Right, because the barred door is there, which is the whole source of my problem. So I need a window on that side of the building. Right, basically I need a window around the corner just, like... Right. I need a window right there. And there isn't a window right there. And there isn't a weak spot in the floor here. Right, that floor is all sound. There isn't anything to push, there isn't anything to pull. There aren't any weak spots in the floor here to break through. I cannot just blow my way in. Oh, is that... where? Huh? I did... Where did I see waddle on the... I didn't see any waddle on the wall. Right, because that's not breakable. It's not here, because there's no waddle on the wall here. I didn't see that. Where... You're gonna have to be more specific than just, oh, that there's waddle on the wall. There is, however, a window. Well, that was an interesting diversion of quality puzzle solving, I think. Oops. I mean, I could deal with that and, you know, actually progress the main story. Or I could go find shinies. That was... I mean, partly that was just me being bad. Right, I don't want to put too much fault on the game here. That was me being bad at, like, spatial observation. Don't, no, what? Hang on. Don't use an ohm.
Hail, warrior. Are these wetlands your longhouse? Your meat hall?
This is a Drenger's ritual chamber. I am Scakehold, pledged to Ragnar Lothbrok.
This is a Roman temple.
And so, I seek one willing to take the ritual and engage me in combat to the death.
That's not a...
For an opponent, you could do worse than me.
Join me then in Drengaseder. Ragnar taught it to me at Uppsala for 9 moons, and I never stopped. I will only fight one who enters my frenzy. For if we are not in the same state, I will have an unfair advantage.
What is the potion then? Mead and rotten bread?
A sacred ale of high volatile spirits, and Thor's fungus, the Amanita muscaria. Ragnar and I would quaff this great elixir before each new raid. I often saw him transcend the laws of battle. Drink of the brew that bubbles here in my pot. Then we will enter the frenzy together, and only one of us will leave.
That, the pot right there. But, yeah, you know, the sacred fungus that we'll use the scientific name for, that was, assigned to it in, like, the 17th century. And also is just fucking fly agaric. Why are you calling that Sather? Why are we calling this a ritual? Ritualized combat is a thing, but this ain't how you do it. Well, why is Ragnar, like, totally incoherent to every single Drenger? Right, he's literally supposed to be, like, everything to everyone? According to this? Why is he doing it at Uppsala when he's Danish? Or Norwegian if you follow the Vikings TV show. But he's Danish. Why... Why is... Why are we going to do, like...
May you walk the Bifrost with heavy steps, Drenger.
Also, yes, the effects of this, of course, because that's all hallucinogens can be. The effect of it, because this is all that it can be, is just... Hello, watch as I do... stuff? Also, you're now using 2 daggers. You had... Where did your hammer go? You just had a You just had a hammer, and now you have a hammer again. Hey, Vay. Ow. I was at what? Literally 1 HP. Proud of you. Nope, not the one I wanted. I want to do this. Kick, stomp. Freya. When it says Lady of Many Names, that's gotta be referring to Freya and Folkvanger. She doesn't actually have that many names. But, yeah, fine. God of Poetry is another name for Odin, though it's also used for Bragi, of course. By the way, in this game, did you know Bragi is voiced by Einar Selvik because we have literally no class? Gazishin, one of the composers for this game and the lead of the band Wardruna, basically defined, like almost single-handedly defined the modern Viking music aesthetic. He uses reconstructed instruments and actual Iron Age lyrics, but otherwise leans somewhat hard into the whole, the vibe. You know the vibe. You know, the good thing is he is, beyond any shadow of a doubt, a pretty decent person. Right, he's actually a pretty good person. Definitely does, he does actively anti-Nazi shit. So, huzzah. There are far worse choices they could have picked within the Norse-y kind of music scene. But, very much, that is just a specific type of fan service. Right, I don't want to like diss him too much because he, in many ways, does do a lot of research. Is overall, pretty good and really tries to engage with the history. But at the same time, the vibe, the aesthetic of the whole thing is just not in any way a reconstruction of what the 9th century past looks like. And the chanting uses modern tonality. The melodies and harmonies are modern. None of it is actually straightforwardly clear to be genuine. And he doesn't claim it to be. It's not genuine as far as a Viking music. He doesn't claim it to be, but lots of his fans do. And fan culture is just the worst. I think that's the conclusion. Fan culture is just not a good thing. We're not here for fan culture. I cannot talk to people from my horse, so I will get off of my horse.
Ride with me to the falls. They are Freya's gifts to these unforgiving lands.
All right, but if I don't faint at the sight of them, you have oversold the view.
They are pretty good waterfalls.
With impressive skill, I should say. I taught you well, I think.
You taught me to fight empty air, Villy, and trees and snowdrifts and the like.
Indeed. We have known Vili for a long ass time, apparently.
Saved you from a snowdrift once, and a murderous tree. That's how I remember it.
Murderous trees are a real thing. Don't diss them.
Murderous is a man who has had
Hey,
one
Eivor!
people
Eivor!
in the
We
head.
were just complimenting you at the start of the stream for believing in supernatural stuff. Believe in our tree, man.
On the road to my uncle's. Remember?
I do. I remember the bite of that winter's chill as we sheltered from the wind for hours. It was you who got us stuck there.
Indeed.
Searching for the chickens you let loose before the Yule feast. I'll have you remember.
Is that so?
Good to ride with you again, Arstick.
Uh-huh.
I told you, that was meant to be a dragon's tail.
It was a woody little twig in my eyes. No
Yeah, reading for classes is overrated, Cuchulainn.
With your own disrobed adventures in the pre-dawn streets of Stavanger.
Stavan... What?
Ahead
What was that pronunciation? Stavanger.
many pockets full of vomit.
Dragon's tail it was then.
Are you sure you want my father's mead? Not afraid you might wake up tomorrow naked, face down in a hog's pen?
Is that what you
Yeah, but the subtitle people also slipped up. Huzzah. These two clearly have known each other for a long time, and, you know, one of the strong parts of this arc is just, like, good banter.
Stoneber was driven or sent there by father to help. We must go.
Meanwhile... We got a problem?
Eivor!
What happened?
I came too late to stop this. The Picts set fires and ran. They mean to spite us. There are more people trapped within. Free them, Eivor.
Tend the wounded. We'll get them out.
There is a broch in here. We're getting farther north, so it's less absurd, but it still is absurd. Who are we kidding? So, we need to attempt to rescue as many people as we can, I guess.
Go quickly, please.
Come on.
Leave your things. Get to Trygve. We'll be safe with him.
Come on, where's another house? Faster. There's someone over there. You're just in the middle of freaking nowhere. Stop it. Stop it, you're fine. Literally. Again, like, smoke inhalation is real and not good, but, damn it. How do I get in there? Did you just fall over again?
I thought this was my last day.
Also, yeah, the broch is inhabited. Okay, I need to bust the way out first. Why is... Y'all need to stop with this. Okay. Go. Walk. Move. Stuff. Anyone? Go. Shoot.
Thank you.
Move! Move! Get to safety.
Anyone! Save my family! They're in here! Save my wife, not me! My wife! Save her first! Oh, my dear Hild. Why?
Yeah, she was already dead, my guy.
I cannot bear to go on.
Forgive me.
Eivor! Eivor, where are you? Get over here!
Ow. If you die, Because you walked in, your pathing walked you literally into the fire.
There's nothing you can do now. Get to safety.
Eivor! Eivor, where are you?
Are you kidding me? I...
Billy! Where are you? Answer me!
If he falls over again, he's on his own.
We need to clear a path.
What? How did that pillar get here? Nah.
I will get the man, Eivor. You carry the woman.
Okay, carrying.
Niflheim will have to wait. You are staying here today.
Oh, sanctity, oh father.
Oy vey.
Hold on to me. I can get you out.
Well then, wasn't that exciting? Fires are a big deal, obviously.
Tend to the injured, but there are many more in danger. Bring them here if you can.
So,
Thank you, Vinny. Thank you. I draw breath because of you.
I thought I might have to rescue you, Billy.
Had I died, it would have been my time. My fate is already spun.
I'm sorry, but you cannot endanger yourselves like this, lords.
wait, no, that's like our whole job.
A future to consider.
The old man has wisdom, Billy.
No, wait, hang on, no, stop, wait, hang on. So,
My father carries that weight.
fires are
The fighting and feasting, and I am expert at both.
kind of one of like the big threats on a farm
To have
or a
you
town.
watching my back again.
So,
You see what I deal with, Eivor? The mind of a troll in the body of an Aesir.
Still the same arse stick.
How to say this?
Children.
this takes some figuring out of
This
words.
is hardly the time for
Right, because the ways in which this is confusing and wrong are very nuanced.
I don't wish to be seen as a savior and healer all in one afternoon. The waters at Kinder Dunfall will soothe my wounds. My father needs me. I'll be there.
Billy, stop.
Eivor.
So, fires
Hemming a Jarl
are a thing the whole community kind of needs to deal with. And are a really common, like, saga trope for when we need a lot of drama real fast.
lives in
Our biggest one probably is actually based on a historical, or is a historical event. But the saga description that may be derived from it is in Njál Saga, the burning of Njál Thorgesson's farm at Bergthor's Foot.
have made my peace with the future. Yes.
Worry yourself with the wounded here.
So,
Talk to Billy myself.
that one is possibly based on an actual arson at Flumiri in 1252, which is just, like, the most heartbreaking. In the saga, historical saga that deals with those events, the comment... what? What are you doing? What? Why here? Why now? He just says, you know, many things happen at once, but I can only tell a few at a time. So, they start by defending from the attackers, and then, when the fire gets too bad, the women and children are led out and are escorted to the church because they have manners. And then Gizar Thorvaldsson ends up hiding in the vats of whey, while his son and wife actually end up burning to death. And then more stuff happens. There's just like a whole army of stuff.
This land bears deep reflection.
Is that all that's in here? Is it just a thing, one of those things? Yeah, I don't care. Anyway, so the idea of like this fire as a dramatic thing is reasonable to good, and I like that they are including it. But if fires are targeted, they are to try and kill usually someone or some group of people specifically. And it would absolutely be a thing that if it is an accidental fire or a communal enemy that's set up, it would be the responsibility of the whole community to deal with it, and the local lord, or Gothi, would and should be the responsibility of the lord, right? The Gothi is in charge of dealing with it, because, obviously. So, additionally, the ideas of honor or whatever would suggest, certainly within the world of this game, and also to a slightly lesser extent in the saga tradition, that doing a dangerous thing, like going and pulling people out of the fires, is good. Is a thing to be admired. And yet, they have it be immediately just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna bail.
We all told him not to, but he's dead tempt fate.
You saw it all. Go on, tell us what happened.
A miss, Wilfred. That's true. A legendary picked warrior who can rip a wolf apart with his bare hands.
You saw him?
I don't know what we saw. Not exactly. But there's something up there. Archibald held up his torch all brave-like after lighting the fire. The next thing we know, his head dropped to his feet. We ran.
Should we at least fetch his body?
Huh. You can. I won't go back up that cursed mountain for all the silver in this land.
So, on the one hand, huzzah, the Picts are dressed reasonably. On the other hand, Scottish accents. Also, Welsh Bighorn sheep. I'm a fan of those. They actually have a reasonable animal here in a change of pace. That was the one at Stonebur. There's something up here eventually that I'll need to deal with. There's some out here I'll need to deal with. Holy moly, there's a lot of world events. We'll take care of this one first, and then we'll be heading out up here for a lot of the rest of the arc. So, let's go see who this Pict legend is. Oh yeah, Johnny, you're right. It absolutely begs the question of, they have proven that they are aware that Picts can wear clothes. Why are all the Picts that are actively enemies not doing that? Also, they use, not the best names, but I don't mind Archibald being, a Christian-derived Pictish name. I don't know that that's 100% right, but, it's... It's fine, and let's light up this Wicker Man. Because it is just a Wicker Man, with skulls and therefore pagan stuff. And if we sit here for a while, the smoke shall filter through the mist and we'll summon a guy.
Speak your name, warrior. Have it your way.
Your life's purpose was to die for me.
No.
No, he speaks.
Once again, though, I would like to remember, as far as we're concerned, Scotland. The Picts have, teleported. They had to pass through unfriendly territory that they have already been driven out of several times, from a fortress that they were driven out of, by us recently, and are now teleported all the way across here. If they were from Strathclyde, that would be cool, right? That makes sense. But no, we are almost not northern. Anyway.
You fought well, warrior, but here your legend ends.
Was that chat? You guys gotta judge this guy. Eivor claimed he fought well. Do you agree? Thank you for letting me know, Peter. Where is their friend's body? Where is Archibald's body? I don't even, like, see it. Right, somewhere around here. There's the torch. Right, because this guy isn't Archibald. That's just a snow dude in a drift. I can't pick up this guy's body. Oh, I can pick up this guy's body. What if I bring them... Sorry. Right, can I... If I go down here... to wherever the heck their thing... There's their horses. Right, I need to show them this guy's body, I think, not their friend's body. Because their friend's body doesn't move. Also, I don't think it exists, because,
Your friend has been avenged.
You killed the legendary warrior? That is madness. You're crazy.
Well, at least old Arch can rest easy now.
Always the same, isn't it? March here, march there.
Wait, where? I didn't see mammoth tusks. Oh. Wait. That's a whale. That isn't a mammoth, that's a whale. That's not better. It's different. It's not better. And up there. Oh, yes. There is a mammoth skull there. Yeah, no, I missed that. But yes, that is a mammoth skull with a bonus tusk. Oh, sorry. There's a skull attached to that. There's 2 whole mammoth skulls. So, 2 mammoths and a whale walked into a bar. Sorry. 2 mammoths and 2 whales walked into a bar. I don't... What am I supposed to say if that's interesting or compelling or, like, qualitative analysis? And I know I said, like, this is probably the best region of the game, but, like, oh boy are they seeking to prove me wrong right now. They sure are doing their best to prove me wrong. I just want to listen to this folk song. Very folk. Are you done? Are you done?
Eivor, you found my secret hoard.
I would be deaf to have not heard your singing. Your crow's crackle could awaken the dead.
Good folk song. Right, good folk melody. Probably not what Viking singing sounded like, but we don't exactly have any surviving examples of that. So we'd have to be looking off of, like, performances of late medieval Rima as our suggestion of what it looks like. So, if we just want to go for folk song aesthetics, that's hardly the worst choice.
Magnificent, no? They comfort and heal. They are Freya's gift to man.
Billy, You need to pray
This dude, there's
your
one
father
what?
is dying. When he departs for the corpse hall, you will take his place, as expected.
Will he though?
The novelty of this soggy north has worn on me, Igor. Too warm for winter living.
The thing is half frozen. How colder do you want it?
Dense forests, bright colors, thriving streams. Is that how it is in your settlement?
You would always be welcome to live and prosper with us. But that is a matter between you and your father.
Also, yeah, the mask just does stuff.
I could make the old man understand. I have no desire to
No.
be Jarl, and he must accept that.
So this dude, there is
You defy a long
one
tradition.
thing that we have hints that is probably interpreted as a song that we have lyrics for as the
I have my
poems.
own reasons.
As far as I'm aware, we have no notation. Right, we have no examples of what the music sounds like, and certainly what harmonies would be associated with it. Any instrumentation, other things. We're working on extremely scant evidence.
Your father is dying, Billy. Now is the time to get your house in order.
Also, yeah, the north of England is not really that harsh.
It's not my house. It is the clan's house, and the clan will decide what happens next.
You have a chance to end on
Hey,
your
vey.
life with your father. I wasn't afforded the same luxury. Don't squander it.
Billy, come off!
Speaking of which, we like Hemminger. We like Hemminger because he dies.
Another attack?
It's your father. He hasn't got long. Come to the longhouse.
Heminger Jarl is at the edge of death. I must see him before he goes.
He just freaking dies, and this is, well, it's actually going to wait for us because we're going to go for a ride quick. That's only like 1,000 meters away. Right, it only takes like a minute to ride a kilometer. Narratively resonant timing. Why does this go into the cave? I don't really need it to go into the cave. Let's go around the cave. That one's sad, we're not going to do that. Exactly, right, we side quests out of 10. Oh, and I totally missed another piece of tungsten in there. Not that I need it, but we do need to grind that eventually. I'll have to probably do that off camera, to just grind a lot of tungsten for our upgrades. That I will eventually obviously need to do for maximum pain. Exactly, we're doing, it's just a tiny hold up a minute. We don't have another chance in this story to go collect some of these things, so this is the closest we get. Ow. My horse just kicked a deer. That was... okay, please stop going over rocks. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. I truly cannot be bothered by Fly Igric. Because they keep insisting it's a thing. It's not a thing. Hey, look. The other one is, of course, not actually narrative. It's another bloody stone.
I am proud the Lord speaks so cleanly through my soul here in Reckenset. He talks of his instruments and asks that I be one. It appears the Nephilim were at battle here long ago. Against a great tempest, some few protected us. We must honor these ancient paths. I have explained what he left for us here, to the Reckon dwellers nearby. Blessed be all those who tread in this holy light.
Uh-huh.
What strange force is working?
So, this game kind of can't decide whether Neolithic megaliths are Isu constructions or if they are imitations of Isu constructions. That doesn't do anything. I'm guessing this doesn't do anything. Oh, Johnny, you wanted, like, nuance and sense and, like, thoughtfulness? No. Yeah, no barrow, no hinge, no nothing else. Just a bunch of, like, random Sarsens put up as megaliths, because we can. Because we can.
Show me.
It's a spiral. It draws a loop-de-loop. Alright, see you later, Cajon. Wasn't that such a good use of our time, guys? Yep. Right. Because we'll see with, like, Stonehenge, right? They try to say, oh, Stonehenge is just it's a Neolithic imitation of the Isu barracks beneath it. Now, here's a fun question. Does that mean that they, that all the other megaliths are also Isu barracks that I've gotten confused? Does it mean that they're actual Isu sites? Does it mean that there's Isu barracks literally underneath every, like, 10 meters in England? What the fuck? Right, well, cannibals are... Right, well, cannibalism is sure is... That sure is a choice.
My eyes soon.
So let me try that sentence again, this time with feeling. Berserkers in the Saga Corpus are unilaterally massive jerks. Well, not quite unilaterally. Almost unilaterally. Massive jerks. Their job is to be killed by someone else, and we're supposed to not feel bad about it at all. Doing a cannibalism to the ends of that is a whole other level of, Big thonk. Also, there's a key somewhere around here, and I don't know where it is. And yet I want my tungsten. Seriously, I don't see, like, any hints of... And there's no world events nearby, right? Oh wait, is it here? It might be there. Also, were we already here? Is this where we fought? Hey, are those are trees? Okay. I thought those were truly arbitrary megaliths. For a moment. I wouldn't put it past this game, you know? speaking of which, the trees are alive. So, right, I've started to think about it a couple times and haven't finished getting there. Some of the Ostera tree segments, or settlement decorations are like these powerful tree warriors, and then they made fun of, thinking the trees were alive. In the sagas, there's a few cases where the trees are quite literally alive and can hurt you. In Ragnar Saga Lolbrokar, they're on the island of Samsa in Denmark. There is a Triemader that people stumble across that was supposedly raised by... Oh. That was supposedly raised by Ragnar and his sons, and was worshipped and was given human sacrifice there. Where else? In Urvar Odsaga, obviously...
The kingdom of Bernicia and Elbit have granted me the right to worship here.
Yeah...
Bernicia. The Nephilim were the only race with the strength to have moved such pillars, with the power of the Lord behind them. But what were they guarding against? Did you command them, Lord? Was it for the sin of people of other times? Was it to keep the demons out?
Was it for none of the above? It may have been for none of the above. Well, it can't be that one, because that's too far away. No, we're not going to worry about this. Oh, right, this is the dumb one with that deals with, like, the reflection. Yep. Yep. Because shooting that suddenly makes this reflect in the water somehow. Or something. It's not super clear. Alternatively, they just put random drop spots for no reason.
Such odd energies
Huzzah!
lying here unseen.
That's okay. Right, it's a good concept on paper, except that even on high, right, I am on high graphic settings, and the reflections don't load it. Anyway, Treeman. The probably spookiest Treeman is, I believe it's in Olaf Saga Tryggvasonar? Don't quote me on that. It's in one of the King sagas, or like halfway between Kings and Legendary sagas. But the oh, there's more things this way. I'm going to be easily distracted for a moment, don't mind me. We're just going to try and clean up all this stuff really fast, so that we can just push through the main story. I probably shouldn't do that, but I want to... Oh, that's in the town that I ignored. That's awkward. Are either of these loot, or are these... Or are either of these actually interesting things, or are they just annoyance? Right? That's all I care about, right? Hi, I want to stab you. Come over here. Nailed it. I just want to see if this other one is actual... Where is the other one? Hang on. What? There were two. Oh, it's, yeah. Okay, they're just on top of each other. Wild. How did that miss? It's not close enough to let me see what that is? Seriously? Let me get closer. That's also just tungsten. I don't care about double tungsten. I want gear. I want actual gear, not waste of time. Ah. No, there's 2 more in there. Again, with all these places that we're not actually gonna go. Right, we don't go to most of these places in this story, because this story, from here on forward, is going to almost entirely cycle around one area of the map. We're just going to go out and back and out and back and out and back a bunch. There's a really cool moment coming up, but at the same time, got a lot on the way there to make that work. Also, why are there so many picks around? Sounds like they're speaking like a poorly pronounced Scots Gaelic, by the way. Hey, that's what we're looking for. Loch Flynbra. Why is it called Loch? Why? Because we're in Pickland. What do you mean we're actually in Snotinghamscire? Damn it. What? Well, that was fast. Ow. We're just gonna go loud. Get this out of the way fast. Ow. God damn, madmen are the worst. Closely followed by, boars. Okay then, so... Ow. Who did that? Oh boy. Graphics? What are graphics? No one needs graphics. Nailed it. And stabbed a bunch. Huzzah! Well, isn't this just the most thrilling? Well, I whiffed that. That's awkward. That's like literally the first time to assassination I've missed. That guy does Naruto run. Did and does. Hey, we got another cloak out of it though, so totally worth? Totally worth. Let's just go check what these are quick, even though that's technically across the river. Literally don't give a shit. Let's go. Speedy about. Zoom, zoom, zoom. It's another bandit camp, obviously. What's actually in here is actually a big old question mark. And yeah, yes, they do Naruto run. No, you are not allowed to ask questions. Ugh, let me get closer. Okay, those are both just treasure. I don't care about treasure. Okay. It is rather heavily developed, you are right. But why would this game care? Or rather, why should we care, since the game obviously doesn't? And once we get up to... So once we get up to... What's its face? To our objective, we're going to take an ad break for just a minute, because I'm clearly not talking at my best. And I'm not playing at my best. So we're going to take a quick ad break so I can get more water and a snack, and then we will be back, you know, once we arrive. And in the meantime, think of any questions you've had or thoughts you've seen so far, because, and there are a lot going on here. We are, however, close to, you know, probably, as I said, right, the second half of this arc is probably my favorite in the game, as a historian. Not necessarily the most fun as a player, but they're actually, like, I have promises that they thoughtfully engage with religion exactly once in this game, and it is coming up, so you guys don't want to miss that. And you want to get more people on, right? So we can get as many people as we can to see the one time this game does a religion in a way that isn't terrible. There's a, like, pretty hefty question mark on that, to be honest. Because while once is better than none technically, it makes me wonder why they did so badly the rest of the time. And here, overlooking the town of Hemthorpe, we shall take our ad break. If you want the ad-free viewing experience, do consider throwing those Twitch Primes. Or other subscriptions. They are incredibly appreciated and help keep this channel going. So, yeah. Otherwise, we'll have quick ads, and then we will be back. And we're back. I live. Yeah, Duckles, the most important thing you missed was the flying tree. We've mostly been doing side quests for the last half hour. Because screw doing the main story, right? Heminger Jarl is only about to die. He can wait. Like, y'all make too big a deal about this whole death thing. Exactly. You understand perfectly, Raptorus. He still clings to life, does he? Not for long. We've arrived.
To see you both together again like this. It recalls days long past. Makes me feel young again.
Hold on to that feeling and take it with you to the Hall of the Slain.
You have become a great warrior, Eivor. A warrior and a leader. Worth song and verse.
I had many good teachers, Heminger Jarl. You, chief among them.
I beg of you now. Do not let my lessons die. Pass them on.
The seer is on her way, Father. She has remedies for you. Cures, charms.
See, this is why I like Heminger Raptorus.
In one proud hand when you were fresh from your mother's womb, I watched you grow. A dirty-haired boy, swinging sticks and running through the mud, dreaming of glory. I am proud of what you have become, son. And I am proud of what you will become. No matter Father. Really?
We must prepare for the funeral.
I'll send for my clan. You call on the nobles of the Shire.
Indeed. Everyone press F to pay respects. Goodbye, best character. Heminger is actually one of my favorite characters, and of course, the death of a family member is a brutal, brutal heartbreak in Norse culture as much as our own.
Begun to arrive. Tryggvi needs our help to see this through.
Probably the most extreme example and the most heart-wrenching.
We will be at the funeral pyre, overlooking the village.
Okay, cutscene, please end. One of the, if not the most heart-wrenching ones from this is from Egil's Saga Skallagrímsson. After the elderly warrior poet Egil lost his two surviving sons. One of his sons died some years ago, but he lost his eldest son in a shipwreck, and his other son had died of disease pretty recently before that. So his only surviving descendant was his daughter. And after trying to starve himself to death out of grief and loss of will to live, after his daughter tricks him into being alive, he composes a really, really heartbreaking poem called Sonatorek, or On the Loss of Sons. That's 25 stanzas just bewailing glory and almost like renouncing Odin as part of kind of the price of that. And it is really, really, even in English translation, really heartbreakingly beautiful. The grief, of course, goes the other way too, right? Like, to do the fighting, I don't actually care. We just started good stuff. Let's not go into into fighting right away. So, these will be the Aelsons. I love democracy. Right, Scattlagrim was their grandfather, so patronymic names. These will be the Aelsons. Aelsonar. Where am I supposed to go? Up above the village. Right. On our way. And there is a bit of gold and some chunking game. Hello. Please stop chunking. Wee. Okay, where is this thing supposed to be? 10 meters. Wait. Oh, it's down. God damn it, of course it's in another well. Everyone say hello to the wells from nowhere. We did it. Anyway, where are we going? We are going up above town here. Up there. Perfect. So I also one thing I really like, again, is how they're setting up this funeral. Because as we get up here, you'll see it. At least you'll see it once I finish killing this pig. I do need the wealth, so it's fine. Ow. I need the rations, so we're fine. And then we get our arrows back. Perfect. So, location discovered. Odin's Rest. But this is a very, like, modern sounding version of a god place name. Obviously, England is not necessarily the most sensible place for that. But, right, what we're doing here already is we're going to go up and there's going to be a gigantic ship burial. Don't ask how they get the ship up here, but they do. But the proper way of doing a ship burial. These sorts of cremation burials are attested in all over Scandinavia from the Viking Age. Basically, you would burn the ship in place here and then build a mound over the top of it. best of both worlds. And obviously Beowulf shows the same tradition, right? After Beowulf dies, he's cremated, and then the cairn is raised on the promontory in Gotland, where he's supposedly buried.
Sunniva, thank you for coming.
And the Raven clan's here.
The sight of old friends lets my heart rest easy.
We came as soon as we heard, bearing gifts for Hemmingur Jarl.
The celebration will last many days. How soon till we begin?
The pyre's construction is underway, and all of our guests are lodged and welcomed.
Woohoo, that was fast.
Shortly.
Bit of a time skip,
Good.
but...
You handled this well, Tryggvi.
I pledged my life's oath to Hemmingur Jarl. There is nothing I would not do for him.
Indeed.
The Althing must be held when the week is out and the funeral is done.
So we've got about a week of celebrations here, which I like too.
Of our clan. This assumes they will be sober after a week of drinking and weeping.
Nah.
It will be a grand funeral. Father will have a clear view of his lands from here.
What is this sobriety thing?
Burn bright and tall for all the Shire to see. You've done well, Tryggvi.
This was his favorite spot in the Shire.
It is a pretty location, to be fair.
Our guests need looking after.
I will look for you later to save you from them once the mead has really soaked in.
You are a true gift, Eivor. Thank you.
Tryggvi is Hemthor's rock. With him around, the city can keep its peace.
Indeed, he does seem to be very good at
I will
this.
be away for a short time, Eivor. I want to retrieve something for my father. A gift.
When did you have time to make a funeral gift?
It was something I had hoped to give him in life. You must see it to believe it.
I brought a gift from the Raven clan. I stored it at the watchtower on the far side of Hemthor.
Very kind, thank you. I should like to see.
I should look over the gift first. It must be worthy of Hemmingur Jarl.
There's a heaviness to your look, Eivor. What troubles you?
Hemmingur desired my counsel before he died. Wanted my opinion on the future of this clan's leadership.
That would be Vili, would it not?
If
Potentially.
tradition held, yes.
Tryggvi has tasked me to help the Volva with the sacrifices. Could we speak with her to...
Also another lovely thing
It is a good idea.
that we
Let
have.
me go alone.
So, it looks like
Set scouts around the village. The people here must mourn in safety.
we're getting some chugging, so I'm actually going to restart the game quick here. But in the meantime, I'll answer that question, Peter, while we are trying to boot back in. Because we just got the save, I believe. There we go. One save later. And we're just going to restart this for the sake of sanity, because I don't want it to crash in the next scene. That would be very awkward. And I'm sorry, this game is still less than perfectly optimized. So, Peter, that's a big question, isn't it? So were the funeral gifts just for respect, or were they believed to accompany the dead? The answer is probably it varies, kind of depending on the local tradition, and also it is both. Because certainly funerary rituals are as much for the living people that witness them as much as they are for the dead people that experience them, or that they are performed on, I should say. But something like Ibn Fadlan's funeral description, the idea is that the cremation of the stuff ensures that it is all sent to the other realm as quickly as possible. Where, like, the idea, according to Ibn Fadlan's account, is that inhumation was perceived of as being slow and bad, though inhumation was practiced, so... But, at the same time, right, the sacrifices of people and of objects were simultaneously a demonstration of love and respect to the deceased, and someone that is literally accompanying them, and something that's literally accompanying them. There's one example, and I want to say it's Erpigia Saga as well, where someone is buried, and they do a human sacrifice on a slave or throut to accompany him. And then the undead literally comes back to life and says that the deceased throut complains so much that he's like, the revenant of this guy's spirit is like, dig him up or I swear to God I will haunt you for the rest of your days. So, you know, if that account is actually a reliable image of religious practice and religious practice gone slightly awry, then that would suggest that it's actually thought to be an accompaniment. The living people do in fact go, yeah, that's fair, and dig up the sacrificed slave and bury him somewhere else. So, you know, little column A, little column B. It kind of depends on what perspective you're looking at, I suppose. Meanwhile, let's do a thoughtful religion. I hope everyone's around. Last chance, you should probably try and summon whoever we can here, because, oh boy, we're in for a treat. It's not unilaterally a good treat, just to be clear. It is thoughtful, but thoughtful and good don't necessarily match. But it's gonna be fun. So let's go to our definitely not a stave church. Right, definitely not a stave church. And go talk to our seeress. The idea that they're using a seeress at this part, kind of preparing some part of the funerary rite, is correct and good. The chieftain, or the soon-to-be chieftain, or Gauthi, would probably fill the religious side of things. So, you know, Trigvi is doing it here. Tie his shoe nails together, or tie his shoes together, clip his fingernails, and exit the house not from the main door. He was a noble man in life, but we should follow our traditions lest we have a Draugr to deal with. They'll probably pronounce it Draugr, which is reconstructed pronunciation, but Draugr is modern. Anyway, I love this. These are all super attested funerary rites. Tying shoes together, clipping fingernails, and dragging the body out through not the main door are all real funerary rites. In Laxdale Saga, the head of the family in one generation says, no, bury me in the front door so I can protect the clan. I can continue to protect our hall in death. And they're like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. And so they bury him standing up underground under the threshold of the door. He comes back as a revenant and just makes a nuisance of himself for a long time. So, right, we are already doing way better on the thoughtfulness here.
You are the wolf-kissed one, the raven of battle whose fame grows with each wax.
And Erik Sagareda has the Greenlandic settlement suffer from a plague, and a Spalkona, or Völva, comes and does a prophecy ritual, right? It is, and through the sacrifice, and singing of a Galter, summons a bunch of spirits and predicts the end of the thing, and is implied to also be involved with the funerary rites of the most prominent man who died in that, who is the first husband of one of our main characters, who will eventually give birth in North America. Also animal sacrifices, also good. The Spalkona might be the one to eat the hearts of these animals as part of the ritual. But certainly for divination, yes, please go the correct way. But also in the Potentially in a divination ritual, certainly, that is explicitly described as happening.
Can you augur what is to come?
I see what need be seen, when it need be.
A great gift.
But yeah,
Did Hemminger Jarl consult you often? Did he unburden his woes?
We spoke often, yet too often he left with more burdens than he brought.
He worried about the future of his clan.
indeed.
But who would be Jarl?
So,
Lest our words draw foul spirits to dog us.
As you wish.
So, we're gonna go try and get a vision. And, right, while I don't necessarily love the exact execution of this ritual as we're gonna see it, I also don't hate how they are doing it.
Your heart is restless, your mind clouded.
Indeed.
You seek more than a guarantee of good omens.
I seek the gods' wisdom.
You wish to know who would best serve this clan as Jarl.
I do. Between Vili and Thrigvi, there is no clear choice.
We stand in the shadow of the giant, the great keeper of secrets. Here, you'll find a drink of the resounding sea. Ascend the sleeping Jötun, consume the waters, and meditate at its peak. Do not seek answers to your questions. They will find you.
So, right, as far as the ritual goes, this is actually kinda rad. So, right, we have a prepared drink of things that are thought to be relevant, and then we're gonna climb a sacred place name. Right, so what we have here is the Sleeping Jötun. Now, in Nennius's Historia Brittonum, hey, look, the sacrificial site, there are a whole bunch of places in England that are just like a thing where a stuff happened or where a giant is sleeping or stuff. This is doing the same thing in a Norse context, which does end up implying that they thought that the Jötnar were big. They didn't. That's a 13th century development, probably. Potentially under some amount of Frankish influence. But, still, since it is a place where something important happened, it is a spot that is in some way supernaturally imbued. It is a spot that is in some way liminal. It is a boundary. And so the act of climbing up, literally like the verticality, transitions us out of the ordinary world into the spirit world. There are other ways of doing this, other rituals, but that is totally a valid ritual, as is passing through a doorway, or certain other kinds of pilgrimages. Usually, we're thinking it should probably be overseen more directly by the CRS, or the CRS, either the CRS or the Gaudi should be the one to physically do the ritual, as ones who are prepared to engage with the spirit world. But, you know, for the sake of interactivity, having us, the person seeking the answer, do the ritual ourselves is totally fine.
This is the summit. To seek an answer, I should clear my mind and still my heart.
Okay, but first we should synchronize. So right, we've already gotten a really solid ritual premise. Not one that's directly attested, but certainly one that fits the realms of historical plausibility. And, when we perform the ritual, by meditating, something happens. It actually has an impact on the world. Ignore the mask. It is permeable, I think. And the spirit of the person we wish to talk to and get answers from appears.
Is it truly you?
Of spirit, not of flesh.
And is actually a spirit that we can actually talk to and see through a ritual.
I will in time. As the flames of my pyre burn,
You know how cool this is?
I will ride the path of
In this game?
All Father's Hall of Champions.
I'm grateful to see you once more, Jarl. I struggle with the task.
No, AC, we do technically drink something. AC, we do drink an elixir, but ritualized imbibing or consumption is totally plausible and fine, and it doesn't make a big deal of it.
More counsel in life, Eivor. So too in death am I rendered silent.
Forget wise counsel and rational arguments. What does your heart tell you?
My heart is stopped. It says nothing.
Right?
This should not be my decision.
There's a certain ambiguity
Yours to make. You were their chief.
here, where Eivor is imagining this, or whether this is real, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. And now Hemming says some stuff.
I do not seek to replace Sigurd. Fate weaved our futures long ago. We're only following its pattern.
Yet you see it coming. You welcome it.
Shall I renounce my fate then?
Oh, Eivor is actually acting like a glory hound right now too.
I want you to die in defense of it.
Also, everyone say hello to Droiger Hemming. Now, apart from the lightning stuff, this is the only honest-to-God, real-life, present undead in this video game. Ignore the lightning. We don't care about the lightning. But Norse people absolutely believed that undead were real. That spirits could be malevolent and inhabit a corpse, and that you would have to fight them. That they're walking around and you must either appease them in some way, or you must overcome them. This is a obvious saga trope, but this is probably reflective of real religious belief and experience. And so even though, right, it's not real in the 21st century logical sense of the term, it is real to them within the psychology of their worldview. And goddammit, this game actually does it! Like, I just want to... The game actually does it. Ow. And even good people in life, as the CRS warned, are not necessarily nice in death. Often it's nasty people when they were alive are nasty people when they're dead. But... Yeet! Nailed it. Ow. So right, I
trusted you to make the right decision. You still do.
Uh-huh. So right, this is like the only case of exploring the actual psychological worldview of Norse people in this video game. It's so... This is one of my favorite moments because they actually, like, bother to think about whether the world is... or the ways in which their world and our world are not the same. And it's good. It's actually, like, thoughtfully done. And overall, like... Oh, crap. That's gonna hurt like hell. I mean, the lightning stuff is a bit weird. Right, let's be fair. The lightning stuff... The force lightning is a bit spooky. But, you know, Droigar are sometimes thought to be able to manipulate the weather, create darkness, or set curses. Probably the most famous Droigar is, of course, Glaumer from Greta Saga. And,
You did. That is why my words should land through.
uh-huh. I don't want to trust my judgment. I want to trust your judgment, though. Ow. Ow. He just one-shot me. He just one-shot me.
How I remember you. This is why I fight so well.
Let's do this again. Ow. Bye. Oh, whoa. That was... I can't kill him because he just teleports if I kick him off the cliff. Neat. But yes, he is a little bit unlimited powering. But, you know, Glaumer does... when fighting Grettir Ásmundarson, Glaumer does actually, you know, use, like, the moon's power to cast a curse on Grettir. And the result is that Grettir is perpetually afraid of the dark.
I trusted you to make the right decision. I still do.
And so, you know, after overcoming Glaumer, Glaumer casts a curse on him, using some sort of either evil eye, or a moon-based curse, or something. It's something. And ensures that he will be afraid of the dark and shall not grow any stronger, no matter how, even though he was only at half of his power. Or what should have been half of his power. So, right, undead, even if, what? Undead, even if they weren't able to do stuff in, or do magic in life, by virtue of being fundamentally liminal, are able to do stuff in death. And it's, so right, I don't even hate the Force Lightning as part of our standard magical idea. Oh, that's not the right direction, please. Please don't. Ah, damn it. Huh. He combos. He wombo combos. What? I double used. Ugh, crap. I double used healing items. That's not good. That's very not good. We'll just punch him out. It's fine. We shall wrestle. In good tradition with Glaumer, we shall wrestle. And in... Oh god. What the hell? That was weird. Ow. Okay, I guess we shall not wrestle, because I don't get a choice in the matter anymore, because I don't have the adrenaline left to wrestle him out. Oh well, we got it.
I never intended this.
Anyway, this is the part where it gets a bit whiff, because Hemminger, basically, what we're doing for Hemminger is guaranteeing that he goes to Valhalla, because they must die actively in battle.
Was that the point of riling me up?
So, right, it's unclear where old people actually go when they die. Like, Eos Skallagrimsson doesn't, he dies of old age, but he also dies a Christian, so, right, there's a problem in saga narratives with a bad habit of people who die of old age dying shortly after the Christianization of Iceland, and so the question of where they go is kind of moot, because they go to heaven, because they're Christian. Womp womp. But there is the saga trope of the old king dying in battle through no real fault of his own, right? No, doesn't seek out a battle, but battle comes to him in his old age. And that seems to be kind of what we're drawing on. Between that and the Prose Edda going like, oh yeah, the people who die of old age go to the hell. And that's probably a bad thing. Even though Snorri had no idea what he was talking about. So, meh. And yeah, but regardless, you know, is handpicked by Odin, like say Sigmundur Konungur in Volsunga Saga, where Odin actually comes and uses Gungnir to break the sword that will become Glaumr when it is reforged, and thereby chooses Sigmundur to die. So, right, all in all, in every way, that is a really nice moment that does something that I wish this game did a whole lot more.
You have seen what was needed.
I have. More than enough.
This dude, kind of. I believe one of her maidens is related to old age, but also in Utgard the Loki's Hall, Thor wrestles the serving maid Etli, who is old age. So, right, there's a lot going on there. Also, the thing is, the list of people in Hell's Hall comes to us from Snorri, and so it doesn't actually get around the problem of Snorri having no clue what the hell he's talking about, because it's all Snorri. Ow. Damn it, Boar. Stop it. But yeah, so right, that fight up there on the top of that mountain is, in my opinion, one of, if not the only time this game does what this game had the potential to do. And what I mean by that is that there are a lot of things... Oh, that's a saga page. I should grab that. Right, there is this really... Let me try that sentence again, because it got away from me. Games have this lovely power to tell us things that don't exist in our reality, and to communicate those mindsets and to bring us into an alternate way of thinking about the world, because you can make something real that, according to the 21st century laws of reality, is not, and just in a really true sense is not real, but it's things that people thought were real. And so doing history in games really should be about communicating these mindsets, not trying to do necessarily history as it was, but history as people thought of it, and to really create a culture that thinks about the world differently, and to bring the player into that culture. It's something that the Banner Saga does so well among, like, our Norse video games. And it's something that this game could have done better than any other game on the market. And that right there is the only time I think this game truly succeeds.
Fires, fights, and every man soaked in mead. Ugh, this has gone too far.
Hemthorpe could burn before the pyre's lit.
Gods, have I failed my dear Jarl?
Peace, Strictly. I'll do what I can to calm things.
Right, does that make...
Did you see that sopping sack of meat with the
Oy vey. So now we gotta deal with a bunch of, like, drunk idiots. and potentially do a...
You mean Hemminger's famous fighting roosters?
Dragons with mighty claws, save me from their wrath. Thank you, mighty Thor.
No, we're Odin. Get it right. Get it right.
When you sober up, steer clear of roosters.
His outfit is actually really weird. Hang on. He's got like a long flowy unzipped jacket. Dude, I'm jealous of the bling. I don't understand the bling, but I'm a bit jealous of it. Oh, actually, I do understand the bling. I see. It's a kaftan that he forgot to bind. I understand.
Sunan, guide me.
Where is number 2? I saw number 2. Where is... So there's one over there. And there's one over there. Got it. Oh yeah! The metaplot... Right... This moment was totally, completely, utterly incoherent with the metaplot in, like, every conceivable way, because Odin exists and handpicked Hemminger after his Revenant fight in the spirit world to do that. And that obviously is incoherent with Eivor being a sage of Odin. And obviously, you know, this must in some way be a delusion. But the game never pointed out as a delusion. The person never, like, they never think of it in those terms or treat it as a delusion, and I really respect that.
What is this Voda you speak of?
A gift without price, fit for a Jarl's lips. But hurry, it catches flame. Fire!
So we're just not going to worry about the metaplot, right? We're not going to even think about the metaplot as, like, a thing that's relevant here. We're just gonna let this be a good moment, and not worry about the rest of it. Yes, this oil jar, your Voda? Why is there a flame on top? Also, Voda. That person's accent is not Slavic, but she does mention this is actually imported from the Kievan Rus, because it's vodka. There.
If this is your Voda, I managed to save it from the licking flames.
You dared Surtur's heat, yes. A most potent drink, distilled from grain by the Rus of Kiev. Dip your horn and have a drink.
Huzzah! So we could go over here and we could drink. Shots, 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 shots. That's a lot of shots. Hang on, Eivor. Eivor, that was a lot of shots. We're doing okay, though. Nice slap. That made a nice connection. Well done. Oh, Johnny, did you miss... Johnny, were you at dinner when we had Draugr? Did you miss the entire last arc? Or the last quest? Oh, that's not where I want to go. I want to go up there. Yeah, you may have missed literally the best moment of the entire video game. So, oops. At least it's recorded in the VOD. Exactly. Okay, so you have played it. No, it's fighting Hemming.
I asked you a question, friend.
There's a Saxon within. One stupid enough to try sending Hemminger to heaven over Valhalla. Now he cowers behind a locked door.
Hey.
I only did right by his immortal soul.
Hey.
You will get what is right
Hey,
for you.
y'all.
Calm yourselves, all of you. I'll speak with him.
Chill.
And ask his true intentions.
Get that stain out here now.
They all need to chill because it's fine. It is all... All fine. Oh, let me reopen Streamlabs. There we go. How do I get in? I can get in through the back door. That's fine. They conveniently give us arrows that we can deal with.
Oh my god!
Yes?
The people are quite upset.
Leave me be! I did nothing wrong!
You should walk out of here on your own before you cannot walk at all.
Yes, yes, I'll walk, I'll walk. Don't hurt me, please. There's a key there.
Why are you dressed so shabbily?
I will follow you out.
Why do you have a gorget? Hang. Right, he is dressed super shabbily. Apart from having a, like, decent belt and a knife. He's got basically undyed cloth here, here, and here. No sleeves to speak of. Yet also has a, like, steel gorget. What's his deal?
You've got the key. Use it.
Yeah, yeah. Peace. Y'all. Knock it off. Knock. No. There's like no evidence that this is...
Let him speak to explain himself.
I loved Hemminger. I swear. I only want him to fly free in the kingdom of God.
So you drench his body with your filth waters?
Is it your Christian holy order?
What?
Of course.
Wait, washing the dead is not a thing that's contradictory to Norse. It's literally, it's just like anointed water. The afterlife is flexible enough that you see hybrid, people who do both. In Olav Saga Tryggvason, there's a story, or Tryggvasonar, sorry. There's a story of a sailor who is Christian, except he prays to Thor whenever there's a storm at sea. Like, both is an option. There's not a... Well, there is, of course, violence between Christian people and Norse people, especially in the 11th century, like, late 10th and 11th century. It's just... They're two different things. They're two totally different ontologies. There's no reason to shoehorn them into being in conflict.
Hemminger was never one to weep over a bit of rain. Neither should you.
He insulted our noble dead.
Hemminger would laugh at the very idea.
Right? It just...
Now to treat me, to let him know.
There's not... Oh no, like, we don't know enough about the afterlife to say if that was ever a conflict. We have no evidence of that ever being a real conflict.
As much as they can be in their grief.
Also, this dude, I love that idea to explore. Of Odin as like a Jungian-esque archetype of the Norse collective unconscious versus Isu Odin having very different characterizations and like we almost see that with the difference between you know how Eivor perceives the arc between right well, Peter, let me answer that one first. As I said, right, there's very little idea as to, like, what 9th century afterlives look like, and so I don't mind the idea of someone in old age being like, oh yeah, well, they died of natural causes, but they're still going to Valhalla because they were a great warrior, and Odin likes great warriors. Easy enough. I don't see a problem here. The idea that it has to be everyone thought he was going to hell instead of Valhalla is ridiculous. Anyway, back to the Isu thing. Right, we almost see that, like, with how Eivor perceives the Ausgarder and Jotunheimar arcs. Because Havi looks really different, right? Havi does not act like the Odin we see in the cutscenes. It's just way less still self-serving, still has a lot of the same things, but is, to some extent, significantly less arrogant, and significantly less of a jackass than the Odin we see who consistently tells us what not to do.
And here, from the Raven clan.
An impressive shield.
It is good, but it needs a touch
So,
of grandeur, something personal for your father.
Right, they almost do it. It's like they clearly... They want it, I think.
Is there one in the village?
I think. But they don't commit to it. This game refuses to actually make an argument. I think that's my greatest...
Isbjörn, your father's spear. Did he not wield it at Ulkethor?
She lost it some winters back on a bear hunt. He hit the beast hard, but the spear stuck and the bear fled into the forest.
And after all these winters, you hope to find it again and present it to the pyre. The odds are narrow, to say the least.
Fret not, friend. I have a nose for these things. Seek out the exile. He'll see to your shield.
Okay. Let us go. Yeah, I mean, let's not lean too hard into the Young angle here, because, yeah, if you want Young to not be just a tragically bad framework to use, we need to make some alterations to Young's theories, because it's real bad. But still, really emphasizing the differences between the kind of mnemonic Odin, we could say, versus how the... Basically, like, if we think of the religion as this game does as being a distorted memory, really bringing up the ways in which the distortion happens, and the excessively distorted mnemonic Odin, who is the same as the mythological Odin, versus the Isu, the personality of the Isu Odin. Big district. Sorry, Johnny, could you elaborate on that? I'm not familiar with the geography of this area to know what landmark this is supposed to be, maybe? Lol, titanium.
Value is solitude living in a hole such as this.
Yeah, Peter, like you... The comment explicitly mentioned, like, Young's collective unconscious. That's what I'm referring to. Genetic memory is obviously dumb as hell. But cultural memory is a framework that really enhances Young. And when we eventually get around to a Persona game, I'm hoping Persona 5, but I have to get a hold of a PS5 first. Good luck with that. So, we don't have, we really don't have, nope, lost that sentence. I lost that sentence really hard. Let me try that again. So, when we get to Persona, I'm hoping to talk about how it modifies Young's ideas of the collective unconscious and archetypes with frameworks from cultural memory and more recent memory studies, because it does it in actually a really cool, fun way. And then make some weird choices. I have Persona 4 Golden on Steam, AC. I just want to do Persona 5 because Persona 4 doesn't explicitly mention the collective unconscious. Persona 5 does.
You're a difficult man to find. Hemminger Jarl is dead.
Also, he's wearing Odin's cloak.
I was told you're a master craftsman.
Just as a by the way.
I seek an etching on the shield to celebrate the life and
Peter,
death
you know, I haven't tried that. Good idea. Good idea.
Possess the steady hand and steady heart. Do you possess the same?
Haha, my cairn stacking will come into use. Does this even count as heraldry? Hang on. AC, do these even count as heraldry? These are like early modern, like, Galdrostavir. Of a sort. Kind of. Not really. Nah. Two-stone pog.
Your heart is not yet steady.
How could it be at such a time?
Jarl's heart never wavered.
Who are you? A friend of Emminger's?
Fair enough, AC. Fair enough.
It does not matter who I was. I am nameless now. I am no one.
That's not true.
You've not yet answered me. Will you help me with my etching?
A shield. A low-resolution PNG of a shield. Strength, wisdom, or determination.
By his unrivaled prowess on the battlefield.
Ah, Gungnir then. Odin's faultless spear. A symbol of power. Is this your choice?
I still need to consider.
I am gonna check all of these.
Inspiration.
The web of weirs then.
That's an old English word, but thank you.
Light our fates. Past, present, and future entwine. Is this what you desire?
I still need to consider.
And determination.
By his determination to keep his clan safe and his people celebrated.
The mark of vague visir.
Huzzah! A Vegvisir. Ha! The Vegvisir specifically in this form appears in the 19th century manuscript Huld. 19th century. So we got an old English word, 19th century, and Gungnir. Which one do you think we're gonna pick? This is not a good representation of Gungnir, but that's okay.
Yes, I choose this one.
I will begin.
Exciting, and thank you, this dude, for putting in that description of the Devil's Arse in the Peak District. Once again, we are in the Peak District, and we're calling it Snotinghamscire for reasons.
How did you come to be here?
Fate.
Is that
I
so?
was given a death sentence. Unfairly, I felt. But a man was killed. Hemming the Jarl desired
Oh.
the villagers did not. My sight and exile. That was our compromise.
Wait.
Thank you for this.
His sight? He's not blind.
That is for Vili's
Huh?
side.
Vili has no say. Fate has already decided.
Nah, that's not true.
The Alding is tomorrow, and a Jarl must be chosen. I should speak with Sunniva about this.
Yeah, we'll get to see the results of our work. Don't worry, we do get to see it. Hemming Jarl's Gravegood. But first off, I think we have a couple more side quests we need to do. But yes, etching is a weird word for that. Let's see, where does this put us? Up above town a little bit. Okay. What have we got around here? We've got 2 world events here that we need to take on. And that's about it, actually. Right, those 2 world events are kind of the last 2 of relevance, because we're going to go out here later. That's actually quest. So, we just want to grab these 2 on our way while we're in the area. And there's also I think this one 200 meters away is the library. Because there's a library in Snotinghamscire that's been very poorly maintained. Is this the library? Or is this just a random Roman site? Yeah, abandoned library. Now, why don't we have a Rigsur page in here? Right? For some strange and bizarre reason, there is not a page of the Rigsur inside the library. But instead, it is just in the treasure hoard map. I am still going. It's only... we still got like 3 quests to do in this arc. As your streams these days have just gotten very long. At some point we will go back to 4-hour streams. But it's not yet. I do like the lions. Very much referencing, you know, modern museum traditions, lol. But... I don't get that tired. Doing it solo for more than 5 hours is pretty tiring, but as long as I'm with a group, going 5 or 6 hours is not a big deal, as long as I get a break to stand up eventually. It's fine. Hey look, another useless skill point that we don't care about, because we're easily gonna hit max rank. And not very long. Right, we're gonna get like 4 more skill points in this arc before we're done. Oh, perfect. This is what I was looking for. Who's ready for another quote-unquote Welsh? That we are harvesting the shiny purple from. As far as I can find, most of the thought process here is, I like the shiny purple. This is actually a really, really ridiculously pretty thing here with the glowy wall mushrooms and the shiny purple. So, I am a fan of the aesthetic here. It is a real good vibe. That we will promptly ruin with a different Ogum. Can someone screenshot this once I get out of the way there to send to Watcher, because that is different. The whetstone of Tudwal? Tudlith. To find the blade keener, be sure-footed as a mountain goat. First blood means final breath to those who test your mettle. You know, Johnny, I can't actually tell if this is just amethyst deposits, which would be a kind of excessive. Like, this is a lot of amethyst. Or if this is some sort of secretion from the glowy blues. Yoink. And yoink. And Roman secrets. The Picts and the Danes fight fiercely in this lands, and we are caught between them. Our efforts cannot cease. We must continue to honor our Roman ancestors and protect the treasures that... God damn it! I hate the in-universe Romaboos. What is this? In-universe Romaboos? In my video game? Who thought this was a good idea? Whoa. That was fancy. Oh, then what direction are we actually going here? Can't get down. Can go up here though. Just climb up the deceased statue. Also, look at this beautiful Greek-styled pottery. They put so much work designing this pottery that is in the wrong place. By so far. Is that supposed to be like Leo and the Swan? And then some sort of like manticore? Like, there's so much effort going into these pots. Yeah. If a brave man sharpened his sword on the whetstone, then the sword would kill any man from whom it drew blood. If a cowardly man used the whetstone, his sword would fail him and refuse to draw blood at all. Good spookiness. Wait, why? AC! Got myself a heraldry for you. So, let's say we've got the cross fleury, ordinary. Oh yeah, that is... You're right! That is the Templar cross, isn't it? No, I don't think that's the attributed of Arthur. Because Arthur has an attributed coat of arms, doesn't he? No, I think that's you're right, that's a Templar cross. Yeah, I don't feel good about that one, Johnny. Don't feel good about that one at all. Well, he's not exactly a Pro-Templar. But he does discover the Isu barracks. And he is a wielder of an Isu artifact. Oh, the wider lore.tm. Oh god,
And were your questions
Hey.
answered?
Some questions were answered, others I must answer myself.
My soul is pain. I shall heal the pain with chocolate-covered almonds.
Great pavilion of sentiment. He expressed a desire to live and work with us.
Will he not be Jarl of this shire before the day's end?
That remains to be seen. Some are more eager to see Tryggvi in the high seat.
Eivor, Tryggvi has no intention to leave. He feels duty-bound to follow his master into death.
Absolutely not. My father would never allow such foolishness.
How else can I honor my Jarl, old as I am? This is no country for me.
Tryggvi.
It's yours, Vili.
The flames of this pyre will burn for my father. You must live. I forbid you to follow him into death. I will not let you sacrifice yourself.
Tryggvi. Stop it.
Do you forbid me as a friend? Vili, or as our new Jarl?
As a man who would see you come to your senses.
And here we go.
Tricky. Each man wears one of Hemminger's boots.
Hey look, it's Odin wearing the same cloak as the hermit we saw earlier. I'm sure that's coincidental.
Such useless dithering men. Why not stake a claim yourself? Take this.
And Odin tells us the wrong choice.
It's not my place.
Your place is anywhere you lay your head, any hill you summit, any silver you take for your own. Do not limit yourself to niceties.
Snotinghamscire deserves a leader to admire.
Odin,
And the people
Isu Odin, why are you so dumb?
most love Vili, and he loves them. But he lacks the will to be leader. He could learn, but does he wish to? And and loyal to the legacy Hemminger Jarl left behind. Almost to a fault. But he is old, and his thrill for living has fled him.
Serious question? Colin, are you serious?
I am not asking for your permission, only your forgiveness.
Gods, Eivor, put a stop to this fool's death wish.
Okay, let me laugh even harder.
This is no small decision, Tryggvi, and not without great cost. The Shire will be diminished without you.
But I have nobody left. My life's purpose lies dead on that pyre.
That is not so. When people look to my father for guidance, who did they see him turn to for counsel?
Hemminger Jarl was my rock. Yes, I gave him counsel, but he made the hard choices.
If Hemminger were here, would he not urge you to wield this wisdom for the betterment of all? And was your vow to serve Hemminger Jarl unto death, or to serve his legacy in life?
I will stay. You have wisdom, Eivor. More than I could have guessed.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, so Odin in this game is... We'll talk about him more in the kind of last two, put an asterisk in that, streams of this series. Because we'll be seeing him a lot in those. But while there isn't no grounding, there is not a lot of grounding. And by not a lot, I mean there's only a little bit of grounding.
Let us wake the others. The dark is lousing with pigs.
Also, random picks.
I can take them on myself. Tell me where.
They're not far. I'll show you. His rage has consumed him, Eivor. All this anger and sadness, it has truly taken form.
Our state was never one to temper his emotions. This was bound to happen. I should have been more vigilant.
Do not blame yourself, Drengur.
He always had me to watch his back, as children, and again now.
Oh boy.
Page is what he needs to rid himself of the sick that binds him. I will at least make sure he does not hurt himself.
He's gonna do a murder.
Then he has the mighty wolf-kissed as his shadow.
There are things we do for family, Sunniva. No questions asked. For you, I would have done the same. For any of Ravenclan.
We know, Drengur. That is why we are sworn to you.
Is that a glory hound thing to say?
Here, Eivor. This was where Vili saw the scout killed and then charged after the enemy ahead. I will head back to Hemthorpe and make sure our ravens stand vigilant. Return to us safely, Drengur.
Right, we're gonna happily lurk in the shadow to protect people. Is that the words of a glory hound? Also, Odin, mine hideout. Once again, while like god-based topographic names are all over the dang place in Scandinavia, they're not so common in England. And more often than not, when Norse people moved into already inhabited areas, they adopted the already inhabited names for the already inhabited places. Hopper. Nailed it. Cool. I mean, there was a brief moment of, like, acknowledging Eivor's ambitions, again, when talking to Hemminger as a Draugr. Eivor was like, hey, this isn't my fault, I'm just going where the fates lead, and if that leads to me replacing Sigurd, 10 out of 10, I'm okay with this. Why did that not hit?
What have we here?
Eradicate the pits. Fair play. Ow. Tag teams. Get wrecked. Oh. What? How did a player die to this guy? Ah well, free cash for us, I guess.
Your death has been avenged, my friend.
Whatever. Hey. Yeah, I know, that totally coincidental.
Stop, Billy. They're gone. Done. Oddly enough, so have I. Footsteps.
We need to fall back. Follow me.
No, I need to loot this place. Stop it. I am busy stealing things. Now how do I get up there? God damn it, Vili, if you fell over, I'm going to be very annoyed. Vili, you're supposed to be this grand warrior. Stop this. I need to get you out of trouble over and over and over again. Leave. Okay. Now, how do we get up here? Could bust that down, which should bust that. It's probably not ideal. God damn it, are there more of them over here? Fine. Hello? That was scuffed, don't mind me. Ah, there's a book of knowledge back there. And we can make that crazy jump, and we're good. A loot. And if we go this way, along the shiny white, we can then cause an explosion. And, woof. Really? Can we stand here? That would make that so much easier. Yeah! Nailed it. And a book of knowledge. Poisonous powder trap. Oh boy, just what I wanted. Poison's not even like all that good in this game. Oh well. Awesome, thank you AC for putting those in for the attributed arms of Arthur to see why they're You know, different than the Templar ones. Ow. Yeesh, there we go. A brigand, yes, quite. What was that? That was just the guy like randomly dying. And we come out of the big cave. Wait, are they attributing the Odin mine to a Neolithic flint mine? Is that what they just did? Ow. Ha. Again, it's Rabbit, so you know it's a friend.
Thrilling, was it not? Just like when we were children, getting into trouble and getting away.
Save your honey words for when we get out of here alive, are sick.
Uh-huh. Oh, that was poisonous. 0 out of 10, don't recommend. Don't recommend those. I forgot that some of the mushrooms here are not good friends. So I may have just gotten murdered. Half my health taken off.
A moment to catch my breath. Ah, my sword's thunderhammer. That quickened the blood.
Indeed.
Wild and reckless, like our first battles together.
Stavanger, not the Venger.
I do. Kjotve the Cruel trained his berserkers there.
Great lumbering fools, foaming at the mouth. We taunted them from the treetops.
And the drunk one, remember? Naked as the morning. Froze his cock off trying to find us.
Then fell to humping a snowdrift.
Well then, isn't that quite the image?
Were you glad to hear from me?
I did wonder what trouble you had been up to. But I smiled at hearing your name, and I wondered if you had taken after your
Yeah, they don't know how to pronounce the... Oddly, like... Right, the voice actress for Eivor is Danish. Knows perfectly well where the stress goes.
That I will not do.
Right, Stavanger. Stress goes on the first syllable in every Germanic language. It's not mobile, except in English. So, right, I don't know why they butcher the pronunciation in such easy ways.
Do you think Sleipnir would be content bound to a stable, no matter how glorious it may be?
Gazician historian. By the Viking Age, there is some evidence to suggest that Thor doesn't produce thunder at all.
Your clan.
Even though Thor's name is related to a word for to thunder, and Mjolnir is related to a word for thunder.
You are surrounded by those who love you, and that will not change unless you push it all away.
But he may not be actually a storm god, strictly speaking, by the Viking Age. Kind of.
Troll face.
Yeah, Declan Tigard is the one who makes that argument. I'm not 100% persuaded because Thor is prey to in storms at sea. But
I did not lie.
Your father's death aside, Billy.
Yeah, apart from the whole reason I'm here, it's been a great time.
Do you ever wonder what might have
Uh,
happened if we had not been
yeah,
saved by the Norse
it's because of his weight.
early in our
Actually, Johnny, I think I'd have to check my copy of the prose edit for sure, but I can do that. I have the power.
I even think about what we might have been to each other.
Well, hang on. I timed out the game and I had to make a choice.
No, I never dwell on our past that way. Find it slows me down to a crawl, and I'm not made for crawling. I think I'll turn in. Long day ahead.
Let's see. Does Thor... Oh, interesting. In the prose edit, which of the ones that would suggest that,
I should get back.
it doesn't say that Thor arrives late.
Billy, gone already. To prepare for the funeral, I imagine.
Let's see. Yeah, and Willisbow doesn't say it, so that's not right. Where does that come from? If I scroll up, though, Where does it say, well, if we're talking about Bifrost... Does fire... Okay. Thor does have to wade the rivers according to earlier in the prose edda. The God Bridge, he is citing a poem. Thor walks to the court and wades rivers whose names are Kort and Ormt and two Kedloigs. These shall Thor wade every day when he is to judge at the Ash Yggdrasil, for Ausbridge burns all with flame, the holy waters boil. It doesn't ever say why Thor wades through the rivers instead of crossing the bridge. Interesting. And peculiar. Anyway, let's finish off this story arc. We have only one thing left to do, and that is do the funeral.
So many Danes, so many Norse. This will be the send-off Heminger deserves. All the funeral preparations are in order. Be patient, Heminger Jarl. We're about to send you on your final journey. Tell me, what funeral gift did you manage to offer your Jarl?
Some Voda survived the fire. It will keep Heminger warm in Odin's hall.
Alcohol. Alcohol.
Voda will burn all of Valhalla down.
Yeah, that poem's not clear. Snorri interprets that as saying that since it is the rainbow, right? Bifrost is the rainbow. Interprets that as saying, hey, the red on the edge of the rainbow is fire.
I've seen your face among the Heminger clan. From where do you hail?
I come on behalf of the mighty Halfdan Ragnarsson of Northumbria to deliver.
He's right there, though. These
people are good drinkers and good warriors.
Halfdan
will be pleased.
I'm sure he will. Let me just go ask him quick.
It's good to see you.
Yes.
If only our meeting would take place during a more joyous occasion.
To come all this way, you must have known him well.
Not as well as I would have liked. But he was a fine warrior and an honest man. One I could trust, and I trust very few. To Hemminger Jarl, Skull.
Aye, Skull.
Okay. Cahalan, your point?
No longer besieged by chickens, I see.
Throw the dragons on the fire with the great Jarl. We shall devour them together.
Wait, wait. I don't think he's been sober in like the past week.
Hjor, old friend. It is good to see you here.
And Hjor. Hello, Hjor.
One of us had to stay in Jorvik. She wishes she could be here, but...
Cahalan, there is vodka here because reasons.
Aye, never. Only Hemminger Jarl has that privilege.
Right. We've got a 8th century BC axe in our pocket. Now, we have an axe from the 8th century BC. We have that Egyptian staff from last time from who knows when. We've got a shield from Sparta and a shield from China. Ish. Possibly Southeast Asia. We've got St. George's clothes. We've got literally Altair's outfit. We've got 13th century castles, 15th century long greatswords. And we're worried about the vodka? The Shishi Guard, it's not right, it's not 100 dubious, right? This isn't purely a Chinese style. It's just, it's not clear, are we looking at Indian, Persian, Japanese, right? It could be any of the above. The style is just super ambiguous, and the shield itself is a conglomeration of styles. So, yeah, it doesn't say, it just says a far-off land, so... I don't think it changes appearance. We can look at that when we get back into town. And the Varva.
You have seen what was needed?
I have. More than enough.
Yep, thank you. Alright, now we can talk to Vili.
My father sets forth on his final
Again, I'm not entirely sure how they got the boat up here, but...
all but you. Present what you have, and celebration may begin.
I have it here.
It is time. Let us have this lovely, lovely cremation burial in a boat. Like we should. With these gifts. Yeah, I'm mostly worried about how narrow the road is.
A shield bearing the rune of Gupnir, exalted spear of Odin. May it guide this great man's aim.
That was not a very fine... It was an okay shield.
Drenched in battle dew, may you fight until the sky world swallows the sun.
Right.
Stand at my side.
One ambiguously Asian shield later. But, you know, it was, apart from the iron banding, it's fine. Wait, did you just say a Hemminger?
Today we mourn the passing of Hemminger Jarl of Snotinghamscire.
It's Hemmingson.
My father.
Good lord.
Our father. He was a towering force. A strength to fear and admire. Now gone. Yet together we are the example of his greatness. I see him in each of you. His
A good
love
speech.
for battle, but also peace. For wisdom, sorrow, and joy. His generosity, his spirit. In you I see his life. And his love of drink. Gods, did he love drink? these things because he was these things.
Ah, this is good, right? This funerary rite is just good. It's like evening.
We shall be to our children.
Don't worry about the time.
You were to us. When they are ready, we will meet you again.
And now we're falling into nighttime as we get to burn this, and the Seeress watches over it, and the Chieftain to be, or Gothi, also runs it, as it should be. Once again, like, they're getting the social interactions in the religious practice correct. Like, just correct. And rich offerings, primarily of weapons, but also of other things, sacrificed animals, other foodstuffs. It's all there. This is a really, really plausible ritual based on archaeological reconstructions. It's not complete, right? This is a truncated version, but it's also fine and...
Prepare the longhouse for the Althing. The next Jarl will
It's truncated, but fine, and done well, and done with respect. And then, you know, once we get into game, everyone freaks out because it's on fire.
You have seen what was needed.
I have. More than enough.
Who are you?
Thirsty foe.
No.
Drown it faster than me, and you are the victor.
Not the best time.
Fear got you then, deep in your belly.
Ibn is son of, yeah. I'm not familiar with the Arabic term ulema. He was probably not native Arabic speaker. Ahmad ibn Fadlan. May have been, well, we would now probably native Persian speaker, and then Arabic second language. But yeah, we have. But he wasn't actually a scholar. He was a diplomat and possibly a merchant. But unlike Ibn Battuta, he wasn't a scholar or afforded with the associations of being a scholar. The other one being... Ibn Rusla? Al-Ghazali does it a little, kind of counts, but I feel like it's Ibn Rusla. But yeah, he does describe the whole funerary ritual, which does include a cremation. And, you know, we skipped the whole repeated sexual assault and sacrifice of a female slave, which is probably a good thing. I'm okay with leaving that part out of the ritual. And we missed the lifting said sacrifice over a doorway 3 times, in order to locate the spirit of the deceased. And we missed some other stuff, that he describes. But we do get the cremation right.
Have they given their Jarl a
Oh,
fine
yeah, crap, what's his name?
None drank so well and so deeply as Clan.
He's the last target.
The declaration of succession must happen soon, before we are too drunk and exhausted to remember our names.
Indeed, let the Althing begin.
Call on those who must attend. The Althing will begin shortly.
Alright, who is the target? Oh, Ibn Jubayr. That's who it is. Sorry, yes, this dude, I got it. Ibn Jubayr.
Eivor.
You look.
By the way, chat, we gotta decide, Tregvi or Vili?
Untitled shore. I stand between that man and Jarl.
You stand side
One vote
by
for Vili.
side, Vili. One of you must step forward.
My father placed us side by side because he trusted your vision.
I've got 2 votes for Vili, 1 vote for Tryggve. Vili, Tryggve, Vili. Okay, Position, we are voting for who is the Jarl of this Shire. Vili.
Strong as you are, I see before me a man
Votes for
with
Vili.
passion, vigor, and a love for his people. I see a Jarl. Your burden will get easier to bear. Take your father's seat and make it your own.
This is probably as it should be. According to the traditions, we're okay.
I will.
Good. Now let them know our stick.
Position, no one else gets to vote. Whatever we pick, there's like no vote, no actual work.
Of of Snotingham. The day I
We just get to decide.
as my father was, I shall be your Jarl. Hemminger was a hero.
3 claps.
Not for who he was, but for the people he led. With Tryggvi by my side, with all of you, we will have glory.
You have already learned that people prefer shorter speeches to the Jarl.
It will take time to wear that title with comfort. My father never swore a formal oath with your clan. There is no need, for you are family. Let it be known, the Hemmingers in Clan Raven are true sworn friends from this day forward.
Hemmingar.
Accept?
Not Hemmings. Or Hemmingers. There is a way to make a plural in Old Norse.
Well,
and there is a way to do a possessive in Old Norse. And they don't do any of it.
Be just.
Hemmingar would be the correct pluralized for the clan name. Or the Hemming... Yeah, probably Hemmingyar, because you can't go Hemminging Yar.
I'm sure I will.
Like you do with like Inglingyar from Ingvi. So. But they do the language so dirty. Everything about this is an insult to the languages. And yes, there, despite, there's a little bit of molding, a little bit of weird choices, that still was probably the best arc in the game. Let's see if we can ruin it one more time with, failing. Nope. We got it on the first try. Amazing. Let's see what pain we got. Thank you. That looked like it said Skryling here. Right? Oh good, it did load, sorry. One more time. Show it to us one more time. Ah, boo. I was pretty sure I saw the word Skryling you. Are there actually tattoo schemes around, or do we not actually have those on hold? We don't actually have those on hold. Fine. Fine. But yeah, that was like the best arc in the game. Pretty much bar none. Ooh. Ooh. I actually like that cloak. I actually like that cloak quite a bit. That's exciting. The mask, however, looks like it's made out of burnished leather, which I would suggest agrees poorly with the premise of breathing? Breathing. So, let's see what's left. Is there anything left? Looks like no. Looks like it's just time to hand it in, call it a day. True, KJ. If you there can't get out, the air can't get in. And therefore, no virus. Look at all the pretty northern lights as the game takes forever to load. Anyway, so that wraps up our stream for today. Oh.
I should be close now.
Which is great, I think. So I think we will be back with Valheim, probably on Wednesday, if I don't think of something better. We'll probably do some Valheim stuff. Because I want to see if we can build a stave church. A full-ass stave church. In Valheim. You all are welcome to join. Just let me know so we can make sure the multiplayer is set up. But we have been going for a long time. So we will do the May Queen next time, Peter. Right, we're at well over the 4-hour mark. So, we'll save it. Bye, Sigurd. Yeah. I hear you there. How did they hide them up there? There's also some over here, I think. The easy eggs. And the, these slightly less easy eggs are there, and there's one more on top of them. Oh boy, how do we even get that? Oh, that's outside. Well, that's interesting. Hello? Can we climb? Thank you. Egg. Hamptonshire will be the last thing. Actually, you know, I'm not sure we're gonna get to Hamptonshire. As disappointing as that might sound, I will be honest with you all. I am burning out on this game rapidly. I have way too many hours sunk into it for how good it is. And so I don't want to spend forever on this game. I want to move on to other things. There are other games to be played. So I don't know that it is obviously true that we're going to actually get to Hamptonshire. We may just leave that as a special bonus for you all to go experience yourselves. How did you climb to that to get to it? Oh dear. Dang nab eggs. Oh, we're gonna get Excalibur. We just aren't gonna do we just may not do the Hamptonshire story arc. Next week is going to be Winchester, which means we'll be in the vicinity And you know we're gonna get the pain. Come on. Y'all have no faith in me. We gotta meet Acer, we gotta collect Excalibur, we gotta meet the most dramatic king of all of England. It'll be a grand time. And I am hoping to have a friend. Not clear that she's free, but if she is, she's going to join. And she's a specialist in, like, Norse translations of the romances. So talking about Excalibur and why the heck a Norse person would know what Excalibur is.
He's their Jarl now, and he's pledged to aid us in times of need.
So, right. We're still going to do the legendary beast fight. We're still going to do some of the rest of it. It's just, we're not going to do... We're just maybe not going to do the story arc. Because the story arc is like another 4 hours of, like, nonsense. Good reference, KJ. Solid reference. This arc, you know, the Hemming fight alone significantly restored my sanity. Certainly after Gloucestershire, that was badly needed. But thoughtful engagement with religion. It exists, and they did it. So, that is a good improvement that does a lot to help us out. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, make sure to subscribe to the channel, both here and on YouTube, because there's lots of cool stuff, always en route. I have videos that need editing, but once they are edited, there will be stuff. And it's like a 30-minute long video essay that should be out in like the next week or so, if I can get around to editing it properly. So, you have that to look forward to on the YouTube channel. And subscribe here for more fun and exciting content coming up. We're going to have a lot of guests on, and you know, right, we have 1 month left in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It is going to be at least four of the coming 5 weeks. We'll have guests. And it's going to be just a wild time. It only gets crazier going into the endgame. Right, it's ramping up here. Some true nonsense is on its way. So, be prepared. It's almost time. Anyway, I will catch you all on Wednesday for Valheim, or next weekend for more AC Valhalla. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I will see you on the next one.